And even locally, the cops, DA Krasner, nobody charged the dad as he was peacefully protesting, which was his First Amendment right, but as a Christian and a pastor and with his son there. And yes, when a man came across to him and in his son's face, cursing in his son's face, which by all accounts, there were witness accounts to that. So local police, local DA Krasner, not exactly a conservative, but nobody presses charges. A year later, the Biden administration, DOJ, and we now know, tracking Catholics, even going to Catholic Mass. Since then, we've had whistleblowers, feds, federal agents saying, hey, that's not what I signed up for, to go to, inside of a church and spy on Christians praying. And so Mark Houck remember, the house was raided, the wife and the kids all upset. He was shackled and told, hey, all you have to do is say you're sorry and plead out to a misdemeanor, say you were wrong, and then we'll go away. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. Good for him. Good for you, Mark Houck. You remember when I interviewed him. And so this was very upsetting to all of us as we were covering that trial, his young son taking the stand. It was quite courageous. And even the federal judge, you remember this? Even that federal judge, calling up the both sides of the court. Are you serious? This is your case? I mean, it was a farce. And thankfully, it was rejected by a federal jury. And Mark Houck locally was exonerated. And that was incriminating, if you will, to the Biden DOJ and the Biden administration. But this is the kind of thing, that we had to deal with. And so now we have hearings on this. So as President Trump delivers these remarks at the Museum of the Bible in D.C., and it's the second meeting of the Religious Liberty Commission with this panel, by the way, and as well the new White House Faith Office, but celebrating faith rights, not just Christian faith, all faiths. I mean, think about America, why so many people even came to this country initially. Why? To flee religious oppression. And so it's a First Amendment right. That's what Trump is talking about. And on top of it, I believe that he will also incorporate our nation's 250th, the America 250, which in Philadelphia here, I know that we will be a big part of that celebration. So thinking about why, after all, so many people fought for the liberties that we too often take for granted. And so it's all part of the theme of the 250th and letting freedom, let it ring in America 250, the official year-long celebration. So President Trump will be talking about that this morning. And then the launch of America Prays. That's another piece of this. America Prays, extending the message into a faith-driven initiative. So I know that faith leaders rallying around the president's efforts. I think of Franklin Graham and the Samaritan's Purse, which raised a ton of money in North Carolina. We remember that. So this is what President Trump will be talking about this morning. But just even think about now incorporating this into the school shooting we saw at a Catholic church, attacks on Christians, people of faith. This is the theme of this morning, calling us to prayer, calling us into prayer. I think it's a great theme. And it's the one pushback I will give on this. The only thing I'll say is I think some of the press releases that have been written with the White House, they've said something like, a celebration of religion. I would push back on that. And I think it's a celebration of faith. It's the only thing that I want to, right? Dan, I think that Dan Borowski, hi, happy Monday, as we welcome in Dan Borowski. We're trying something new. If you've noticed, we've recently, within the past week, we're trying to transition. It's a smooth transition between, you can tell us if you like it or if you don't like it. Remember to push the thumbs up if you're watching us on YouTube, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But let us know, 855-839-1210. Do you like it, Dan Borowski?
I do. Hey, we might even make it a shorter transition, me and Greg were just talking about, maybe a seamless, cool. So maybe we even go further if the audience
Greg
likes
and
it.
I.
No, me and Greg.
Nope.
I speak Polish.
The me does not. You speak. Borowski is Polish?
Yes.
I thought you were Swedish.
Oh, get out of here. You're too kind.
So you and Greg were discussing what? So seriously, let us know because we're just trying to transition. It's like, when you watch, who do you watch? Fox News?
No, the best example. Remember how they used to do it with Cuomo and Lemon?
Oh gosh,
you and Rich used to love that. Yeah, but I mean it's a prime example of a news transition. They did it pretty well.
Fox News when Dana Perino transitions into Zioli. Is he getting a show yet? He's looking good.
That is not a conversation I had with Greg.
Okay.
Just our.
You weren't talking about Zioli and
no.
how much Dana Perino loves him?
I wish I could get some inside info, though. I am not privy to that kind of info.
Uh-huh. So we got that going on.
I have some great clips if you want them related to what's coming up here in about 10 minutes.
Hercules.
Yeah. So back in 2023, while campaigning, Trump made a promise. This was after Mark Houck and the persecution that so many were facing for their pro-life ideology. And he put out a 2.5-minute clip just saying how he planned, if he were to become president, to address what was going on here. You want to take a listen?
Under crooked Joe Biden, Christians and Americans of faith are being persecuted like nothing this nation has ever seen before. Catholics in particular are being targeted, and evangelicals are surely on the watch list as well. Over the past 3 years, the Biden administration has sent SWAT teams to arrest pro-life activists. The FBI has been caught profiling devout Catholics as possible domestic terrorists and planning to send undercover spies into Catholic churches, just like in the old days of the Soviet Union. Catholics, you cannot vote for the Democrats. You cannot even think about voting for Biden. What they're doing to you is shocking. A new report from the House Judiciary Committee revealed that Crooked Joe's henchmen at the FBI abused their power and, quote, singled out Americans who are pro-life, pro-family, and who support the biological basis for sex and gender distinctions as potential domestic terrorists. They consider them to be domestic terrorists. Can you believe it? This horrific weaponization of federal law enforcement against Christians is totally un-American. It is also a violation of civil rights. As president, I will create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias. It will be led by a reformed Department of Justice, but it will involve many agencies and departments. Its purview will be to investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, and the persecution of Christians in America, as well as the use of taxpayer dollars to promote anti-Christian bigotry. Among other initiatives, the task force will review the past DOJ persecutions and prosecutions for evidence of anti-Christian prejudice, and it will also look at government agencies, universities, and major corporations that have adopted anti-Christian diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Under my leadership, never again will the federal government be used to target religious believers. Americans of faith are not a threat to our country. Americans of faith are the soul of our country. We will protect Christians and people of faith. We will defend religion. We will defend our First Amendment, and we will restore the rule of law in America. Thank you very much.
So President Trump, now the schedule is any moment now. President Trump is expected to, deliver these remarks to the White House Religious Liberty Commission, and then it's at the Museum of the Bible. So that's this morning as they announce. They always give out their White House guidance, etc. So we do need to take a quick break. Today we do have our Attorney General, Dave Sunday. We'll check in with him. Very busy as he's protecting Pennsylvania and speaking of your rights. So we'll check in with Dave Sunday. A lot to update you on. And as well, we'll return with medical issues and talk about Florida and vaccines. We'll get into some great medical issues that we'll discuss. Got to take a break. Thanks for joining us this morning. Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland. Follow me on X, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
I mean, summer's not over officially, right? And the best way to extend summer is to book a stay at my happy place, the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather's perfect. The beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. And the Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall, earn resort credits, or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. You'll get resort credits and you'll save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for all the details. Always book direct with them for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby, bridal shower, 4 ballrooms, the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was named 2025 South Jersey Face of Weddings. She will help you plan the wedding or event of your dreams. Visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today and make those summer memories last. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, changemakers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Order Packaging.com. Again, Packaging.com. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. Protection from allergens, not guesswork.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So when we last spoke on Friday, just to follow up on this really quick, we had the operation. It was immigration enforcement operation. And remember this, it was in Georgia, the Hyundai battery plant I talked about in Georgia, where they had all of these agents swarm this area with illegals there. President Trump late last night. Actually, was what not? Well, it was. I think it was the wee hours of this morning, I should say, putting out the statement where he says, following that ICE operation at the plant in Georgia, I'm hereby calling on all foreign companies investing in the U.S. Please respect. He does say, please respect our nation's immigration laws. Your investments are welcome. We encourage you to, in all caps, legally bring your very smart people with great technical talent to build world-class products, and we'll make it quickly and legally possible for you to do so. What we ask in return is that you hire and train American workers. Together, we will all work hard to make our nation not only productive, but closer in unity than ever before. And then the trademark, thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So President Trump putting that word out, we had talked about that raid that happened and talked a lot about what was going on with trafficking and illegals and that sort of thing. Bringing it closer to home, by the way, now, and the Inquirer featuring this front and center on their online version this morning, as the Philadelphia Inquirer is really focused on a response, the rapid response team, if and when you have ICE or federal agents coming here to our region, specifically Norristown, and cracking down on illegals here, but putting out there, well, we're not encouraging people to get physical with anybody with agents, but just to record it on their phones. We've seen people who are shouting in the faces of law enforcement here, especially ICE agents. I just think that's not appropriate. And then as well, I went into, talking about the details of different individuals who are most wanted individuals. We're still trying to find out. I'm still trying to find out whether or not those individuals are actually here legally. So these suspects, these most wanted individuals, do they speak English? Are they requiring an interpreter? It appears that many or most of them are, but are they born here? Are they legal citizens? This is my question. Still don't have word of that. And how come these same people forming rapid response teams? Well, why aren't they supporting the law enforcement who are cracking down on these individuals who are most wanted for violent crimes? Another question I have this morning. So we'll talk about all of that. I don't see that President Trump, I think that underway, that speech that he's making at the Bible Museum, that's underway, but I don't see that President Trump is speaking yet. So we'll move. You're not going to miss a thing, by the way, but we'll move forward. If and when Trump speaks, we'll bring it to you. Don't worry. I also wanted to point out to you that one thing that's not in the focus of the national headlines this morning, well, many things, but this jury selection beginning this morning in Fort Pierce, Florida. It's the federal trial of somebody who's an attempted assassin of President Trump 1 year ago at this time, a year ago, and that was Ryan Ruth, accused of plotting to murder a former president and then candidate for President Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach golf club. And remember, we were just going, are you kidding me? There's a guy set up with a dude that Secret Service did, stop. But can you even imagine this? Remember this, Dan?
Golf course, yeah.
And there he is at the side of a golf course with a rifle and all this stuff. Had been scouting things out, and and clearly he has said, well, what did he say? The gun jammed. I never actually shot him, so it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
So is that a defense? If you got caught before you carried out an assassination, that's your defense? Well, I didn't do it, so
they caught me,
imagine?
Yeah.
Trigger
didn't get pulled,
I'm nuts. No, but the individual, representing himself and whatever you think of that, jury selection underway, but it's unbelievable how the media covers it. I mean, my God. So prospective jurors are drawn from voter rolls, driver's license records there in the Southern District of Florida, and they're brought in question under oath, and then it's a process that they, carry out, obviously, to determine whether they can get a fair and impartial trial. In truth, can they get a fair trial? It is tough to get, obviously
Like, how
it
do you
was
find
publicized.
jurors that are impartial?
So I guess the question is, even though you know about it, can you be fair about it? I guess that's a piece of it. Even though you might have heard about this, you certainly have heard of the President of the United States of America, but can you in your mind be an impartial juror? So that's what they have to ask. And then it gets nutty. This guy, Ryan Ruth, he had said, well, if I win in my trial, if I'm exonerated in my trial, I get to play a round of golf with President Trump. Yeah, stand in line, dude. And then, but if I'm guilty, then Trump can personally assassinate me. He's obsessed with Trump.
Oh my gosh.
He's obsessed.
Yeah. Why? Okay. Why would Trump? Never mind.
I know. It's crazy.
Why would he want to play golf with him? Just this guy's psycho.
And we do have to talk about Irina. I know we talked about her earlier this morning.
What a
want to focus.
Horrible story.
It's very unusual. And I hate to say this, but because I've covered more than 1,000 murders in my lifetime as a news reporter, then before coming into this space as talking in a capacity of conservative media, but as an objective television news reporter, Emmy Award winning, I guess I have to say that. But in all seriousness, very rarely do you see a random crime where somebody is stabbed to death this many times. So when somebody is stabbed to death dozens of times, and law enforcement will tell you this, it's very rare that it's random or that you don't know the person. And in fact, most women, and we as women, I'm going to say, are usually, we tend to be the victims in society more often. Usually we're going to be killed or injured by somebody we know and somebody we love. That's just a true stat. So in this case, this is a man who is a complete stranger by all accounts to this young woman. This has gone viral. Thank God for those who put it viral. And I know Elon Musk, God bless Elon Musk and so many who've made sure that we see this by the millions, because it happened in Charlotte, North Carolina. Did you even know about it? We'll get into it. But it happened in North Carolina. A young woman is going to her pizza job, and she escaped the hell of war and so on, and escaped Ukraine. And it came here for a better life and is working hard at a pizza shop in her uniform, and brutally stabbed to death. Nobody did anything. And the media, shame on the media, the so-called mainstream media. Where are those women's advocates? Where are all the groups that speak out?
Shame.
Yes. Where are they?
Shame.
Nobody was there for Irina.
Shame.
So I want to make sure you heard about it. Definitely the bell tolls for thee. So we will be talking to Pennsylvania's #1 law enforcer, if you will, our own Dave Sunday. We'll have the conversation with him. But we got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, great guys. We have that Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split. What a game changer, as I've talked about it. Our basement with our lower level with poor ventilation, a lack of the proper ductwork. And Marvin E. Cans came through with a solution, and wow, what a difference it's making. Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning unit has been wonderful. And so you want to check them out, that mini split for your hard to reach areas. Just visit Marvin E. Cans at marvinekanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. and every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. This Friday morning, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. All to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Thank them very, very much. So we're here today to announce charges against more than 20 individuals who are active members of the 5th and Cornwall drug trafficking organization. This criminal enterprise was responsible for supplying the Philadelphia region with cocaine and crack cocaine, as well as marijuana. This organization was active for a very lengthy period of time, during which we built our case through varying investigative tactics, which I cannot go into full detail today. This investigation took time because we wanted to build strong cases and cast a wide net, from the street level dealers all the way to the top, of the chain. And that is exactly what we're announcing today. This criminal enterprise is shut down. These charges will eliminate a network of dealers who peddled poisons without care for any human life. Their only concern were financial profits, and they were profitable. They were responsible for trafficking significant amounts of cocaine and crack cocaine. This organization's namesake regards their primary turf, the area of 5th and Cornwall Streets in North Philadelphia. But the enterprise extended far beyond North Philadelphia.
And so that is our Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, making this major announcement, crediting multiple layers of law enforcement partners, announcing these charges. And it's truly a huge collaborative effort in this major drug bust that has a big connection to Bucks County. He mentioned the Northeast in Philadelphia, but it's making news. Well, it's making national news, but as well regional news, because of course this level of a drug operation, when you think about it, all the firearms, high level cocaine trafficking organization that's shut down has an impact that goes far and wide. So this is the first time that we're hearing since that big news conference that happened late last week. Our Attorney General welcoming you back to the Dawn Show. Dave Sunday, thanks for being here this morning. And
it's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, always. And congratulations, because this is big. Can you talk about it? And it's far-reaching. I've been reporting on this drug bust, Dave, since this morning at 6 o'clock this morning. But, this is a ton of drugs taken off the streets, whether it's in the form of crack or cocaine, but also firearms.
Yeah, this is it's a big deal, and I'm very proud of the efforts by the AG's office and all of our partners that came together for this. When I got elected, I made it clear that I was going to bring as many different people together as possible, in particular law enforcement organizations and agencies, to combat, illegal drug use, illegal guns, gun violence, gang violence, and that's what we're doing. I happen to be the one speaking with you right now, but there are, dozens, if not more, agents and police officers that worked very, very hard for a long time on this. And, I just want to make sure that I applaud them and thank them for their efforts.
And so with this, Philadelphia, Bucks, Montgomery counties, what was it, 20? Is it up to 20 individuals? I know there was a father-son among those accused. But this is what I'm seeing with this. What was the street value of this, Dave? I'm looking for I know a lot of cash, nearly $300K in cash.
Right.
But
I'm sorry. Yeah. So we arrested or filed charges against more than 20 individuals. I think it was maybe up to 21. It was up to 21 at this point. And when they were, through the course of our search warrants and through the course of the investigation as of Friday, we seized 12 kilos of cocaine. In addition, 19 firearms that were, the majority of which were possessed illegally because those individuals had prior felony convictions. And now we are alleging that all of those firearms were tied to the criminal activities of the organization. We seized approximately $275,000 in cash, which were alleged proceeds from criminal activity. And I will say that this investigation is ongoing, and so we certainly anticipate those numbers to increase.
Yeah, and that's why I asked, because I knew that, that was the numbers I had were as of Friday. So we appreciate the update. Something like this, can you, connect the dots for us? Because I think a lot of times we look at this and we say, oh, this is great. But connecting the dots as far as what this amount of, first of all, this kind of an operation that is a complex, it's basically organized crime, but then how it really fuels other crimes, like a trickle-down crime effect. So you have drugs, you have criminals running it with guns. Mm-hmm. What impact does that have on our communities, the suburbs, and beyond?
So the allegations here, as you reported on, And I always say, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. The allegations here and the investigation showed that this was a long time ongoing supply chain of criminal activity resulting in large amounts of illegal drugs flowing into the Philadelphia region. And it's really important because, we could arrest street-level people all day long, and it would not have the impact that an investigation of this nature does when it can root out an entire supply chain. That's very, very important for people to understand, and that's what happened here. The second part of this, and I thank you for bringing this up, is what is the impact of criminal activity like this on a community? And so, it is so far-reaching. Everything from, think about all the people who are suffering from addiction, and their addiction is being fueled by these individuals. Think about all of the violent crime that occurs as a result of people that might be conducting robberies, assaulting people to steal from them to be able to fund their habit, and also think about the violence that occurs when you have criminal organizations that are defending their turf. Think about the innocent people that might be hit by gunfire during the course of, that criminal activity as well. It really, when you look at the health of a society, when you have supply chains pouring poison like this into those communities, it definitely decreases the health in so many ways. Think about the children that have trauma from seeing that violence in the communities around them. And so this is very important, and I am very grateful for the hard work of all of law enforcement in conducting this operation.
Yeah, and that's a piece of it just from my, covering crime for so many years here in Philadelphia when I worked for Fox and CBS before that. That's what people don't realize, and I always want to connect that. So really appreciate you as our Attorney General, Dave Sunday, breaking that down, because a lot of times, even when we talk about the homeless issue, it's not, to me personally, it's not really a homeless issue. It's more of a drug issue. Who fuels the drugs? Who brings in the drugs? And so if you look at it, it's that systemic, to me, we talk about systemic issues. This is the systemic issue and the common denominator. Go ahead.
It is. And when you look at this, we're talking about behavioral health issues that are combined clearly with mental health as well. And so, you have individuals who are suffering from some type of mental illness that might turn to drugs. Drug dealers fuel that by continuing to pour drugs into those communities. And it really creates an unstable, unsafe environment. And so this is really important. And thank you again for mentioning that.
So when I look at, the attorneygeneral.gov, I always want to give, some of the sourcing of information and talking about Fifth and Cornwall drug trafficking organization, pictures of those alleged. I have to say alleged. But, you see them making a group photo of the guys. I guess it's their class photo or whatever, but they're all like with hand gestures. And so sometimes those hand gestures, certain colors can indicate a gang. Is this a gang?
Well, this is what our allegations are, is that this is a drug trafficking organization. And so this is a group of people that work together all the way from the low-level packaging of it and actually selling it 24/7, literally 24/7 in Philadelphia, all the way working up through to the individuals that are receiving the money and are setting up the big deals to bring these drugs in as well. So, and I'm not, I don't mean to mince words, is it because there's like a legal definition for gangs? And so, could this be a gang? This is a criminal enterprise. This is what we call a corrupt organization. And so that's what we're dealing with here.
And so in this one, I also wanted to ask you more about, as far as, these different cases that we're seeing moving forward with cracking down on guns, drugs. I know your quote, one person quoted, for example, Bucks County DA Jen Shorn. She's on my show all the time. We talk to her, check in with her. People in the suburbs may think of, let's say, these drug organizations or alleged drug organizations cracking or operating in and out of Philadelphia, and maybe not realizing how it impacts them in the suburbs. When I saw cocaine, that's usually more expensive, so it's crack and cocaine. And so were this specific drug organization, some drugs targeted, let's say, for cheaper products like crack in the city, some operating at a more expensive rate in the burbs? Is that how it works? Because what I'm hearing is that cocaine making a comeback.
Yes, so we are seeing more cocaine, as we're seeing more meth as well. And what I can say is this: these criminal organizations, all they care about is making money. And so they don't look at borders. So that they don't say, well, we're going to operate within Philadelphia. We're not going to go into Bucks. We're not going to go into Montgomery County. They literally don't care about lines. And so, if they can make money, they're going to do it. And when you look at this criminal enterprise, our investigation showed that the cocaine was packaged in a home in Levittown, Bucks County. And that was part of the process. And so if they can sell their drugs anywhere, that's what they're going to do within an area that they think is safe, that they won't get caught. And so to that point, oftentimes drug distributors will, their logistics, like supply hub, will be at a different place than where they're actually dealing the drugs, in the hope that if someone gets caught, you can't work up the chain and get to the large supply center. And that's what we did in this case.
One story, and I know this is not under your jurisdiction, it's a story that's trending, though, on social media all weekend. I have a lot of family across the region: Montgomery County, Bucks County, Delaware County, Chester County. So many women in particular, Dave Sunday, were talking about the case of this woman, Iriana Zarutska, and she was brutally stabbed to death, attacked. This was Charlotte, North Carolina, on public transit. And so many women here just talking about not feeling safe because they see things like this go viral and feeling vulnerable. Obviously, thank God it did not happen in Pennsylvania. It did happen in America, and a lot of news and social media focusing on women seem to be the ones lately. I don't know, maybe it's just the viral nature of it. The victims of these crimes across America like this, 3 women in Philadelphia. Just as Attorney General, and you're also a husband and dad, and you see this, what do you say to women in Pennsylvania, in particular, moms, or women, heading on public transit or heading to their job, whether it's in Philadelphia or anywhere across Pennsylvania, and safety? It's a common theme, and I think more and more, as a woman who drives into, from the northwest side of Philadelphia into Philadelphia, Dave, I'm running through stop signs. I'm not going to stop. A guy on some motorized thing is coming at me. I just think there's this uneasy feeling about, are we safe? And as Attorney General, what do you say to that?
Well, what I can say to begin with is I hear what you're saying, and I recognize the severity of it. I feel awful for any victim of an assault. I think about my wife. My wife obviously she works, and she used to be a prosecutor, and her walking to work and walking in parking garages and everything that comes with it. Obviously, that's not something any of us want to see. What I can say is this: when you're a citizen and you're working and you're going through life and you're doing what you can for your children if you have them, you want to think, what's your government doing to help keep you safe? And what I can say is this: my priority is public safety. And so when you look, for example, at the case that we talked about here, you're seeing something that came about as a result of the Philadelphia Police Department working with the AG's office, working with District Attorney Jen Shorn in Bucks, getting help from the Montgomery County DA, from the Philly sheriffs, and you're seeing all these people coming together. And what I can say is this: I am in constant communication with Mayor Parker. I'm in constant communication with all these different leaders who want people to be safe. So it's not like times in the past where you kind of had to hope for the best. You didn't know if people were communicating. We are communicating, and everybody is doing everything they can. When you talk about SEPTA, We have the Attorney General's SEPTA prosecutor. We hired over the last couple months a mass transit prosecutor to make sure that those cases are handled appropriately. And so what I can say is this: we can never eliminate all of the potential harm in society. That's not the reality of human nature. But what we can do is do everything we can to hold people accountable, to prevent crime, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're doing right now. And so I think that's the best way I can answer it at this point. But know that we are fighting hard, real hard, to do everything we can to increase public safety so that people do feel safe in their travels.
And final question for you, and just I know that it's something that you may want to talk about, and that's if anybody thinks that this is, anti anybody who has served their time, I believe it was just within a week you were pushing for more funding for those re-entry programs for people who, yes, they were convicted, they did their time, but now they've served their time. Yeah. And just a pathway, if you will, to get back into society. Just wanted you to, if you want the opportunity to touch on that, because that's an important piece of trying to heal people and get them back into being productive in society.
It is. If we want to decrease crime, we have to do two things. And this is my approach to criminal justice, and that's accountability and redemption. You have to hold people accountable. We've talked about accountability through the course of this interview. On the other side, we have to embrace redemption for people that have been held accountable, that are coming out of prison, because we don't want those people becoming defendants again. We want them being some of the people that are going to work every day, that are using SEPTA to go to their career jobs, because that'll make our community safer. And one of the priorities in this office is what we call reentry, which is decreasing barriers for people that come out of prison, because the data is overwhelming that when someone works, it makes the community safer, decreases the likelihood of them committing crimes. It puts them in a position where they can pay restitution, pay taxes, take care of their families. And so this is a multi-prong approach, and it's accountability and redemption.
Dave Sunday, our Attorney General. Until next time, always enjoy having the conversation. Thank you so much. And congratulations, seriously, on that huge bust of an alleged drug ring. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you for having me. I hope everybody has a wonderful day.
Oh, thank you. Have a blessed Monday. So we'll get to President Trump when he speaks before the Bible Museum, Day of Faith. Great guests moving forward. Stay right there. Got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. Make sure this Friday, by the way, it's the Piazza there in Willow Grove. And it's right off the expressway. You know where it is. But we hope you join us. So we'll start out 6 a.m. through noon. So Kale and Company through the Dawn Show here. And maybe you've been considering purchasing an electric vehicle. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you about that $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles. But it ends, the deadline to get that EV is September 30th. So you make sure you get your tax credit. That's $7,500 toward, let's say, a new BMW i4 or i5, or what about the i7, a Jaguar I-Pace. What about the Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. So why not come this Friday? You can adopt a Piazza pet, get a new vehicle. It's like you're one and done, right? It's a twofer. Get the EV you've been dreaming of. Just browse their extensive vehicle collection, Piazza Premium Automobiles. That's Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Do it today and tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
That America was founded on faith, as we know, and I've been saying it for a long time. And when faith gets weaker, our country seems to get weaker. When faith gets stronger, as it is right now, we're having a very good period of time. After some rough years, good things happen for our country. It's amazing the way it seems to work that way. And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God, and we always will be.
Quite a greeting for President Trump as he is speaking this morning. As I said, we'll get into it as we think about bringing back the celebration of a form of our First Amendment rights, and that is freedom of speech in the form of prayer. So this is one of the many focuses of President Trump. I don't know if he has Mark Wahlberg there. I do love when Mark Wahlberg, with his Hallow app, I don't know if you have that, where Mark Wahlberg, he says, get prayed up. And then you have Chris Pratt sort of making fun of him and doing the imitation, which is pretty cute. But President Trump basically saying, get prayed up. And gather with, I think he's encouraging, try to gather with at least 10 people. I saw that in one of the, they give you an advanced speech of the president. So we'll see what he has to say. But really appealing here, making an appeal to the American public as far as moving forward and strengthening us as a nation.
But to have a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly. There has to be something after we go through all of this, and that something is God.
And so what's interesting, what's fascinating to me personally, is that President Trump never used to talk about God in a personal way or his faith, and I think shied away from it. And in many ways now even, he'll say, well, I want to go to heaven. He basically says, I'm a sinner. I'm trying to get to heaven. He'll talk about that. But I notice ever since, obviously, Butler, Pennsylvania, that first assassination attempt in which, he was shot in the ear. And if he hadn't moved his head slightly, could have been different. And so I think that does, first of all,
try and
turning.
get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I am really at the bottom of the totem pole.
As he talks about that. But, first and foremost, you get shot. It wasn't an assassination attempt in the sense that the guy missed. I mean, he did shoot him in the ear. He turned his head. I think that's got to be a wake-up call. And then as well, turning 79. You start thinking about your own life, your own legacy, your own mortality, if you will. And so this is the most I think we've ever heard him speak about God, faith, how important it is, but signaling today as far as a nation standing up for our faith and our roots in that faith and these freedoms. So I love to hear it. I know you do too, but all religious freedom, by the way, not just Christianity, but in this one, I think Christians in many ways feel like they're celebrated a little bit less. And maybe as well those of the Jewish faith too, because we've seen this anti-Semitism rage throughout our nation. So we'll take a quick break and be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school. I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
America Prays. This is the announcement from President Donald J. Trump launching this new initiative, America Prays. He is at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. right now and talking about another faith-driven initiative, and I would say a faith-empowering initiative, if you will, after, some Christians, especially Catholics, you think of all the anti-Semitism, but trying to empower people and saying it's okay to pray. And this year, as we lead toward the nation's 250th birthday celebration, it's what the White House refers to as an inspiring program, calling on all Americans to dedicate time every single week to pray for the country and to underscore faith as central to our nation's founding and to our nation's future. Here's President Trump saying that children, all children, even in public spaces, public schools, have the right to pray.
For most of our country's history, the Bible was found in every classroom in the nation. Yet in many schools today, students are instead indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, and some are even punished for their religious beliefs, and very, very strongly punished. It's ridiculous. Joining us this morning is Hannah Allen from Honey Grove, Texas. A few years ago, Hannah organized a group of her classmates to pray for an injured peer. The school principal declared that Hannah's generous act of love was prohibited from taking place in front of the other students. Didn't like it. The principal didn't like it. Can you imagine? But Hannah very strongly stood her ground, and she won. And Hannah, I just want to thank you for letting the light of your faith shine for all of those to see. We really appreciate it. And where is Hannah? Is Hannah here someplace? I think so. Hannah, stand up, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah. I know what you went through. It's great. Appreciate it. To support students like Hannah, I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools, and it's total protection.
And so maybe you're going to say, wait a minute, a right to prayer in public schools? Well, don't we have separation of church and state? Children are already supposed to have the right to prayer in their private space in school. They're already supposed to have that. Now, are they forced to pray in a public? No, that's not what he's talking about. But I just want to put this to you, and you're about to hear somebody talk about this. What about other types of things that kids are forced to do? What about other forms of, let's say, indoctrination that we've seen where kids are forced to read a book? Like 12-year-old Shay, who spoke, beautifully dressed little kid, 12 years old. And Shay talks about his experience in a California public school where he was forced to read a book to a younger child, a book that made him feel very uncomfortable, first and foremost, and a book that he felt was really against his Christian faith. He spoke out just this morning.
Also with us is 12-year-old Shay Encinas from California. Last year in 5th grade, Shay was forced to read a book to a kindergarten student promoting a message of radical gender ideology that is contrary to his religious beliefs and ours. I'd like to have Shay come up and tell the story. It's an amazing story. Shay, please come up.
This is President Trump as he's speaking this morning to the Bible Museum and launching the America Praise Empowerment Mission. and by the way, Shay dressed exactly like Trump would, you know, in the dark suit, the white shirt, and the bright red tie.
President. Hi, I'm Shay Encias. I've been a Christian my whole life, and Jesus means everything to me. When I was in 5th grade, my school forced me to teach my kindergarten buddy about changing his gender using a book called My Shadow is Pink. The book said you can choose your gender based on feelings instead of how God made us. I knew this was not right, but I was afraid of getting in trouble. After my family spoke up, the school treated us badly, and kids started bullying me and my brother because of our faith. And the school did nothing to stop it. It hurt a lot, but I kept trusting God. I believe kids like me should be able to live our faith at school without being forced to go against what we believe. I hope no other family has to go through what mine did. Thank you.
Cute kid, and they kind of got a laugh. He steps up on a, you know, still a little kid. I guess that was last year or year before. But by the way, My Shadow is Pink, one of these books that, and I think in part, number one, it's just, I think, made him feel awkward to have to read a book. There are a lot of things the kids might feel comfortable with reading. They should have some choice in that. It's rather amazing to me that there's pro-choice, unless, of course, it's this kind of ideology that they're trying to push. It says, like, it starts out with, I'm going to start reading it, but I'll be careful because my dad has a shadow, and his shadow is blue as can be. And there's nothing but blue in my whole family tree. So this is the way that this goes. But mine is quite different. It's not what you think. For mine is not blue. It's, and then the page changes, it's pink. So going through this, as he's talking about, I guess, he likes princesses and fairies and things. He loves ponies, books, and pink toys, princess fairies and things, not for boys. And he talks about that there's one thing it likes most that I've found. It loves wearing dresses and dancing around. It spins. I mean, he's this kid. He's thinking, like, where's this going? But he was told that he had to read this book about sprinkles and so on. It goes on and on about, I guess, who you love and your choices of love. It's like, oof, this is getting kind of deep. But this is what this kid is forced to read here. And then it shows at one point, the kid in the book, who's like a little 5-year-old kid, sitting there next to a big man dressed in pink with his hand around his neck. I mean, it just gets weird. You know, it gets cheap. It gets kind of awkward there. And so why do they do this to kids? I have no idea. Why do you make them read a book that, whatever the book is? But I think that's even I guess a broader issue. But this kid is saying, look, I don't feel comfortable with it. So do you support this? Do you like this idea of saying kids should be allowed to pray in school? I will point out to you that most schools, if kids want to pray, they certainly can have that space. Usually, a lot of times they'll say it's a moment of silence and have your personal thoughts, your positive energy. So I think where the lines get blurred, perhaps, is where you have a teacher saying, well, we're all going to say a prayer. That's when I think that crosses the line. Teachers are not, even if a church wants or a teacher wants to have a personal moment of Christian prayer, they're still not allowed to, I believe, in a Christian school, nor are they allowed to lead in let's say, a Muslim prayer or a Wiccan prayer. You see where I'm going? So usually it's giving kids that opportunity to pray in school. That's my understanding. And they should have had that all along. I think Trump is saying, let's make sure we have this safe space for all people of faith and children of faith, not force them to read one ideology if they don't want to.
Before we scooch out of here for a break,
Yes.
we got a great guest, Robert Malone, coming up, who was talked about often last week. But Trump did mention during his time today the situation down in Charlotte. And I know you've been talking about that often, so I just wanted to get this little soundbite out there.
I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
Yeah, and so that was Irina, who I had mentioned, the young, 23 years old and brutally stabbed and murdered on public transportation. That's what I had asked about our Attorney General, Dave Sunday. Just you see that and you think, oh my goodness, this is happening in America by somebody who had been arrested over and over and over some 14, 15 times as an accused felon and then let go. So President Trump speaking about this, I think it's something we're all talking about. So yeah, Robert Malone, he returns. You heard me talk with him before, an American physician, biochemist, and talking about mRNA technology and pharmaceuticals, all of that. So we'll continue the conversation with him right around the corner.
It's okay not to be okay. Join us for I'm Listening, a powerful mental health special featuring real stories, honest conversations, and expert advice. Carson Daly hosts some of the biggest names in news, sports, and music to spread awareness about mental health and the message talk saves lives. Be here for I'm Listening this Wednesday at 7 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Disability Services.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road, Warminster on Friday, October 10th. And at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, Saturday, November 8th.
Super funny.
The show's great. Hearing all the great voices like Carrie Callis.
And of course, Mal Reese. It was a riot.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
He cut me off on the way here. That's Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School, Friday, October 10th. And the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 8th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Are you aware that one of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains, their heart, their immune system, and their ability to have children in the future? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Were you aware that he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
Dr. Malone is one of the inventors. As I said, Dr. Malone is one of the inventors of the mRNA vaccine, so he knows a lot more about it than I do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made.
So this was part of the back and forth that we saw last week when RFK Jr. Bobby Kennedy was in the hot seat. By all accounts, I think that he did a pretty good job up against taking a beating, not just from Democrats, but from Republicans. And he was talking about somebody who you've heard me talk to before. This is Dr. Robert Malone, who is right now currently serving as a member of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the ACIP, medical advisor as well to MAHA Action. He's also an American physician, biochemist. And yes, it is true that he is known as a very important early contributor to the advancement of mRNA technology, which is used in many different things and some breakthrough things. But we got to know, I think, in the general public, we learned about mRNA when we were learning more about COVID-19 vaccines and that sort of thing. So we do want to welcome in Dr. Robert Malone this morning. Again, good to have you back.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, great to have you here. And I know that sometimes when we have this conversation, and I do this for myself, Dr. Malone, and I'll do it for you as well. Sometimes as a news person, I'm on from 6 o'clock in the morning. I always let all of you know when I'm, giving something objectively and talking as a news person, or in my past as a TV news reporter, or when I'm giving opinion. I will say that sometimes I'm asking you for your personal opinion, which is separate, obviously, from the government or acting in that capacity. So always just want to put that out there. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yep.
And by the way,
my opinions are my own, and they don't represent the opinions of the government, the CDC, or the ACIP.
Thank you for that. And by the way, I wish everybody did this. I wish everybody just took a second, even on so-called mainstream news media, when they claim they're giving the news, I wish they would, just make sure that they themselves say, hey, I'm giving an opinion here. This is not news, but they don't do that as much. So let's talk.
Not so much.
Among other things. Well, we could go off on a tangent about that, on bias and so on. But, first and foremost, your reaction to what happened last week with Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., as he was being grilled by even people by his own party. And we saw that back and forth. What did you see there, and the positives and the negatives?
Well, first off, let's start with that quote.
Mm-hmm.
And the senator seems to be reciting pharmaceutical industry talking points.
Mm-hmm.
And what he's quoting from is what I call my hostage video. It's a little short video that I recorded very early in the history of the vaccines. and I was speaking about both the adenovectored vaccines and the mRNA gene vaccines. And I couched my statements as these things may happen to your children, and if they do happen, no one is going to help you because there's no liability and there's no compensation program worth the Tinker's dam within the government. So all those things that I said then are still true now. And just wait for it with the upcoming ACIP meeting, and then I can talk about that more then. But let's say that I'm on the ACIP working group, and those things are, for COVID, those things are certainly among the many that are being addressed. And the data supporting them continues to come out almost daily. So there's that. In terms of my impression, and I've done podcasts and interviews on this a number of times now. I think the important thing to start with in looking at any of this, and you probably know this as a journalist, is you first need to think about what is going on here in terms of what are the objectives, particularly of the senators in the Democrat Party and some, we'll just call them rhinos for sake of argument. And this is all about the midterms. Everything now is all going to be about the midterms. And they were speaking to a few specific populations and persons. One of those key people that they were speaking to was Donald Trump, which is, for instance, the repeated issue of whether or not he should have got or should get the Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed, overlooking the fact that they already gave the Nobel Prize basically for Operation Warp Speed to Carrico and Weissman. And they don't give Nobels twice for the same topic. But it was used as a litmus test, and they forced Bobby to basically concur. Now, another key population here is the Democrat base, and they have absolutely been getting them wound up with all kinds of inflammatory talk. And certainly I can see that in my social media feed. I'm getting more hate now than I have for at least weeks. And then there's the pharmaceutical industry, their sponsors. And they're saying a lot of these things, particularly certain senators that are closely tied to the mRNA lobbying group that's been set up, such as the senator from Louisiana. So they're speaking to those populations. They're also doing what they can to drive a wedge between Bobby and the president and between Maha and MAGA. And you could see that in a number of the statements that were made. And all this comes down to what can be done to fracture Trump's base and split off as much as possible. And again, that was revealed. You remember the repeated kind of strange obsessiveness about rural hospitals, despite the fact that they've just dropped $50 billion on rural hospitals. It hasn't hit them yet. That's about a key part of Trump's base is the farm states and rural communities. And so they're trying to do anything they can to pick away at that and to cause concern, dissension, worry among those rural populations. So that's what's really going on. The rest is all just DC theater.
You know, one of the things, so when President Trump, just for example, when he called on the pharmaceutical companies to sort of, the quote was justify the success of COVID-19 vaccines.
And the first thing Borla did was not address his question, but float this strategy of, Trump should have got the Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. And then got the senators to basically ape that exact message that Borla had first put out. It was fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's so over the weekend. I was with a group of women. We were, I'll say a group of some Democrats, some were independent, some conservative, and I said to them, "What did you guys think of?" Because they're all moms and grandmothers, some of them, and I said, "What did you think of? Did you see any of the RFK Jr. hearings?" And one woman who's a nurse, a medical professional, she said, out of all of it, she said, I like the fact that this is the first time that we're seeing a push to independently and in an unbiased way try to study vaccines, the success, and what's going on. I thought that was incredible. That yes, and she's a smart lady, and she sort of cut through. She didn't even address the politics of it. She really addressed something that I think is the critical issue here, and I think she nailed it. And I was so happy that somebody did.
Yeah. Well, this is what's going on that the pharma is so wound up about with the ACIP. Is we're actually looking at the data in an unbiased fashion. We don't have preconceived, despite everything the press is saying. We don't have any bias here, but we have a bias to getting the actual data and examining it and interpreting it. And interpreting it in a way that's rigorous, will withstand peer review, and not this kind of what has historically been CDC reliance on their own processes that are never able to be challenged and never subjected to any outside scrutiny or review. We're now reviewing those things. And as we got permission to do that, took 7 weeks. Strangely, the day after that permission was granted, suddenly we had this cascade of resignations with hue and cry of, oh my God, they're politicizing the science and the CDC. No, all we did was get permission to ask questions and look at data.
As far as, I think vaccines in general. Now, Florida last week making an announcement about vaccine mandates.
Joe Latipo is a good friend.
And so on that note, and I'll go back to my personal conversation, over the weekend I had a lot of appearances and different family events too. So I think it's important for people like my sons, teenagers and college age, but for somebody who's maybe a grandparent and they're not, and maybe they haven't had to take their, young children or even teens to get vaccinated, they don't realize how many vaccinations, even on day one, that your baby gets as a newborn, but even moving forward, it's a rigorous vaccine schedule with
rigorous is
right?
one way to put it. It's much more, quote, rigorous than is the norm, say, in Northern Europe, where they have much better outcomes.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? And then is there a way?
I mean things like childhood mortality.
Okay.
And incidence of preventable disease. Here's a fun fact.
Okay.
Sweden has no vaccine mandates for pediatrics, and yet has one of the highest uptake and compliance rates of any Western nation. You don't have to have mandates. What you have to have is trust in the public health enterprise and transparency on the information so that parents can make an informed decision, and then they trust you, and then they do the things that are right for their kids. Instead of we're going to just hit them with a big hammer, metaphorically speaking, and mandate that they take this, that, and the other thing at these certain dates.
And so in this one, then the interpretation that's in the media is, oh, well, Trump and, the whatever, government, blah, 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 doctors, there are groups of maybe MAGA, whatever, who actually don't believe in vaccines. How would you respond to that statement? And how would you separate out certain things like polio as opposed to HPV, which are not equal?
Right. And then there's measles, which I'm accused of also spreading misinformation about, because I pointed out that the 2 children that died in West Texas didn't die of measles. They died of hospital mismanagement of upper respiratory bacterial infections, which was just against the narrative. But that's what got me labeled as a spreader of disinformation about measles vaccines. But the short version of your question is that there absolutely are hardcore anti-vaxxers. Many of them hate my guts because I spent most of my career developing vaccines to be safe and effective, but nonetheless, I was part of the industry. And that is a bridge too far for many people that are in that niche. Now, here's the complication, is that Merriam-Webster's defined anti-vaxxer as anybody who's against vaccine mandates. And many of us, including the governor of Florida and the Surgeon General of Florida, are against vaccine mandates. Many parents are. So that makes them, by definition, anti-vaxxer. And that makes me, by definition, anti-vaxxer because I'm kind of on the libertarian side, and I don't think the state has the right to tell you what to put into your body. I think that is a matter of informed consent. To do otherwise is called coercion, as Joe Latipo also believes and said recently in a CNN interview. So there are absolutely hardcore anti-vaxxers, vaccine deniers, virus deniers. All of those people exist in the spectrum. Many of those that are pretty hardcore about their beliefs have vaccine-injured children, or they're vaccine-injured themselves, and that has a tendency to radicalize somebody. So I have a lot of forgiveness for parents, particularly, that have had vaccine-injured children. But that's the way it is. And then there's those of us that are, in the space of all drugs have risks and benefits, including vaccines. And the key question is vaccine X or Y have a risk-benefit ratio for your child or for you that makes sense for you? And there's only two people that can really answer that, and it's usually done in a cooperative fashion if it's done right, and that's the patient or their guardian and the medical care provider, ergo the physician. And that's called shared decision-making in the world of ACIP, and I'm a big fan of that. Now, the pediatrics world doesn't like that, and the big hospital chains don't like that because they want things to be really cut and dried and protocol driven. They want, the doc is often limited to 5 or 10 minutes per patient, and they want a world in which there can be a computer algorithm that just says, oh, you're 6 months old, it's time for you to get this, that, and the other thing. But that's not good medicine. I disagree with that approach. I think things should be on a one-to-one basis. I don't think the government should be sticking its nose into your business in terms of what medical procedure you or your child should receive. I think the government should have a responsibility to be transparent, open, and accurate in informing parents and patients about the risks and benefits in a comprehensive way. That's essential for informed consent. And I think the way we can help pediatricians in particular is by giving them solid information that's fact-based, that they can convey to parents and their patients that will allow them to say, hey, these are the risks, these are the potential benefits, this is the risk of the disease, this is the potential outcomes of the disease, and let's have a discussion about whether or not this makes sense for you and your child at this point in time. That's the way I think medicine should be practiced. That's the way Joe seems to think medicine should be practiced. And I think a growing number of parents and people in the general community agree that.
Conversation. I mean, for parents on this one, do you feel that this is the pathway, to restore that trust? Because that's the big problem right now. Is I think parents are
it is a huge problem.
Losing
and
trust.
Of course, they blame it on Bobby.
Yeah.
But in fact, the people really responsible for the lack of trust in American public health right now is American public health. And things like the American Academy of Pediatrics that's been strongly supporting transgender surgery and many other things.
Yes.
So, and we'll see whether or not the rumors about the interaction between Tylenol for treating child fever, particularly after vaccination, is a contributor to the incidence of autism. There's a lot of papers that say that's the case. And there's some rumors that that the big data people may be finding that. So, if that turns out to be the case, then pediatricians have really got some people to answer to.
Yeah.
So, let's just keep our powder dry. I guess that's a bad metaphor since I'm accused of violent images by Senator Blumenthal. Let's just say be patient, and let's wait for the data and then see what the data teach us, not the scientism, but the data.
Yes.
And, I err on the side of patient rights and informed consent. I think that's safe.
Well, listen, Dr. Robert Malone, you've been generous with your time. We thank you so much. Hope you come back again, especially on the other side of some of this. But thank you. We really appreciate you and your candor. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Dr. Robert Malone. You can look, I've talked in the past about his books and his wife, in fact, too, just brilliant people. But it's important if you want to comment too, 855-839-1210. But I think it's important in this time to be well educated. And I talk a lot about that a lot of people, especially new moms and dads, feel like they even will go with their baby who's a newborn to the first pediatrician meeting. And they're told, okay, these are the vaccines we're going to give your child right now. And even when they're asking questions, even if they're going to get the vaccines, that's not the point. It's that I think there has to be a conversation about let these individuals ask the questions, because people have lost faith and lost trust in our doctors, our institutions. That's never a good thing. Okay, so we have to have the conversation. It's okay. That's not dangerous. And I think we're all sick and tired of getting hit over the head with, you will just shut up, bring your kid in, they're going to vaccinate, and just shut up and take it. And that seems to be from the other side, from the left, from the far left progressives. That's what they want to do. That's not fair. It's not right. It's not good. Well, you can disagree if you wish. 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Temperatures will remain well below average for the first half of the work week. We'll see plenty of sunshine today, very pleasant, high up around 76. A cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 57 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds and comfortable with a high again near 76.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And I began my remarks today by noting that the reverence for our Creator, man, we have reverence for our Creator, and it's inscribed into our Declaration of Independence, a copy of which I have very proudly hanging in the Oval Office, an original copy, very old, beautiful copy. Next year, we will celebrate 250 years since that declaration was signed as part of the grand, well, this is really a commemoration like I think we're going to try and do a commemoration like nobody's ever seen before, but we've invited America's great faith communities to pray for our nation and for our people and for peace in the world, and it's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have an amazing time. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have 250, okay? The super centennial, as our man would say.
So President Trump speaking this hour, and speaking, in such a positive way. We're going to have all of these great events. Isn't this wonderful as we celebrate our nation, celebrate faith, and we'll pray that everything goes well, that we're all safe, praying for peace and transparency as well. I'm always looking at media headlines. And so just some of these headlines, The Guardian, as COVID surge, I have to get my scary, creepy voice, as COVID surges in the U.S., Americans can't get vaccinated, terrified it might kill them. That's a serious headline right now.
Gosh.
Another one, NPR. This is what could happen to a child who doesn't get vaccinated. It's my creepiest voice, like this spooky monster voice. This is the spooky monster or NPR under your bed. Sorry.
Why does it sound like a pitch for a
I have a very good spooky voice. But
if you want to clean your basement.
Have you not cleaned out your refrigerator? Have you not washed your husband's underwear? I mean, we could, go crazy with it. But seriously, this is NPR an hour ago. Shame on you. This is what could happen if your child doesn't get vaccinated. And then they go, pneumonia struck first, then tonsillitis, spiraled into sepsis, malaria battered his little body, and then flared up again. After all, an unvaccinated 2-year-old boy. Where does this boy live? Sudan. So, really? Like, come on, people. Who's a danger to whatever? Like, come on, shame on you. So the truth is that, when we look at this stuff, I'm not talking about Sudan or where else is NPR is talking about something to happen in Central Africa or Papua New Guinea or Yemen. I'm talking about like Philadelphia. I'm talking about North Dakota or Wisconsin. Each state is different. I was looking up the vaccination rates. I would say the least states are like 88%, but most people are vaccinated in the country. But in this one, what they really are pushing back, if you really get to the nitty-gritty of this, what they're really freaking out about is that they're freaking out about the fact that the Trump administration wants to do independent research and then publish it and then educate the public on what the research is showing you. And are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? They're trusting that you as a parent are smart enough to look at all this research, have a conversation with your personal, your pediatrician, with your child's pediatrician, and you decide. And that's what they're really scared of. Yes, that is terrifying to them. How come? How come? So in other words, right? So I've disclosed this. I had a conversation with a doctor, and this was during COVID, and that physician, who I've not named because I don't want the physician to get in trouble, but the physician said to me, Dawn, looking at the research that was available at the time, there's this slight risk. It's a small risk of myocarditis, but it's there. And so because your sons, you and your sons, so it wasn't just me, it wasn't just my sons who at the time were younger teenagers, but because you're all like healthy and everything, you're going to be fine. That doctor said, I do not recommend that you get the booster, because we were all Pfizered up, as most of us in this area had some kind of, but I had the mRNA, but they said, don't need it. I also once had a doctor tell me, don't take anything, Tylenol, nothing. Just drink lots of water when you or your kids get vaccinated. They said, just don't take any, just don't take anything except when you get the vaccine or whatever it was. And so I've had them, I didn't know why. I didn't know about some studies that said, there are some things in your body that, for example, the number one thing, did you know you should never get vaccinated when you're dehydrated? Did you know that, Dan? Have you ever been told that?
No.
You should make sure that you or your child is not dehydrated in any way. If they're dehydrated for whatever reason, let's say they had your baby when you and Maisie have the baby. So not only have I been told don't, later on, not when they were little, I wish I'd known that, but in other words, don't have them on anything. But if they're dehydrated, or even you right now, you go in for a vaccination, if you are, let's say you've had diarrhea or you've had whatever within the past 48 hours, don't get it. Come back for it. Because you can always go back to your doctor's office or your pediatrician, and you don't have to have the full on. If you're just going for a vaccine, you can just say, hey, can I come in on Saturday morning and get blah, 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 and just go in. And you can, because you know what? Really dehydrated. Those are the kinds of things that we should know. We should be armed with that information.
I got to say, I hate to say, but to your point, to Dr. Malone's point, it's Maisie's head spinning with all this crap.
Yeah.
She doesn't know what's correct, what's wrong, what's right. And it's tough on her. So when we hear something like get hydrated, thank you. Because I have to say, as coming parents, we've really put our hands to our ears a lot and said, we got to do it the way we want to do it. There's so much out there that tells you one way or the other, and it's a scary world right now because we just don't know. But you just got to hope for the best, I guess, right?
Well, I think that what we can do is we can be educated, we can be informed. And so what they're doing right now, I mean, think about those headlines. Think about, Maisie right now, who's, 8 months pregnant, and are you reading the books like
the Tylenol thing? Oh, that was a whole discussion over the weekend. Yeah.
So everybody's talking about that. So is Tylenol dangerous? No. Tylenol's been around forever. It's not dangerous. Nobody's saying that. But are there certain combinations of things? And that's what I think we need to know about. And just a simple thing like make sure that you or your child is well hydrated. That's really important to know. And yet, why don't they tell that to people? And so this is just a piece of it, just a small piece of it. But I think what they're really terrified of is all of us becoming well educated so we understand this. They would rather just tell us to shut up and do what they've told us to do. And that's never a good thing. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Living heart healthy means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 Soft Gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply that code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The #1 worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Whether you're saving for a wedding or a down payment on your first home, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms like 4.00% annual percentage yield, APY, with a 9 or 12-month certificate or IRA. Your nest egg, your future, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Congratulations today to Pennsylvania's own Senator Dave McCormick honoring his dad and mom here in Pennsylvania. I know we'll talk about that moving forward. And congratulations to our own Jimmy Kelly, who board operator, engineer, 26 years ago. Jimmy Kelly walked through the doors of 26 years ago.
Jeez.
What were you, 5, Jimmy? Were you 5?
I was 29 at the time I walked through here, and we only had one local talk show, only 2 hours of live and local talk. Everything was all syndicated. Everything was all on carts, reels. We had no windows. And I'm sitting there trying to fill out a bunch of forms, and the program director looks at me and says, "Excuse me, are you visually impaired?" And I'm thinking to myself, what gave that away? Is it just the blonde hair or just trying to write things? And there was a little bit of a concern, as I had to, and we worked a few things out, and here I am 26
here you are.
years later. And
here we are, live and local, all day long.
Yes, indeed.
Jimmy Kelly, he's a founding father, if you will.
I wouldn't say I'm a founding father.
Is Dom Giordano a founding father.
Yes.
I would say that's.
I would think he is.
I would say that's fair. Is that fair, Dom?
With better hair, yes.
We can get you one of those white wigs if you want.
Yeah, congratulations to Jim Kelly, Dawn. We're going to talk crime. When you assassinate someone at 12th and Chestnut, you would think the mayor, Larry Krasner, and others would say something about it. It's not some outlying 2 o'clock in the morning. And we'll also talk about Tylenol and the Wall Street Journal report. We'll see what happens next.
Dom Giordano starts right now.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It is Dom time, and I guess the biggest talker over the weekend, we'll get to it, the dad giving up the ball. I still can't believe he did it with a hectoring Elizabeth Warren. Mike Opelka on his daily feed put up all these women that resemble that woman, and apparently a woman was attacked on social media. She says, "Let me alone, I'm a Red Sox fan." But that woman was pretty thin. How does she do that? Should the dad have given up the ball? No way, I think, is the overwhelming. We'll play you the interview with his son and the dad. But crime on my mind. President Trump didn't see this initially on Twitter. It is a firestorm because as we speak, most of the so-called major media will not show compelling footage of this maniac in Charlotte on light rail. Think of the things this brings together. A guy who's been arrested and out at least 14 times, compelling footage of this guy just sitting behind an innocent woman. Oh, wait a minute. Compelling from Ukraine, where she fled to come here to be safe. Democrats always on board with Ukraine. And he attacks and stabs her to death right there on the train in plain view. Public transit, too, something else Democrats always are preaching to us about. Why did they not cover it? Well, you guessed it, the racial dynamic is not correct. She's a blonde Ukrainian woman. He appears to be African American. 14 times. The mayor of Charlotte said that she is very much in favor of the media outlets who didn't show this disturbing act. Now, that's not where we're going to get away with this, Mayor, because we are going to show at youtube.com/1210 the footage of this, Henry. I'm not sure if there's any sound with it. Is it just footage of the attack? Cut 14. We can play that as we talk about what the president said today. The attack on this Irina Zaratuska is, as I said, for those reasons, compelling. Mass transit in front of everybody. Innocent woman stabbed to death from behind. In Philadelphia, we had an assassination on the street corner at about 5:30 in the afternoon Saturday at 12th and Chestnut. Yeah, right there in the heart of downtown. Woman down, guy puts a gun to her head, kills her right there in plain view. Take that of everything. Does the mayor or Krasner or somebody say, yeah, all murder? But this is just the Old West. You're executing someone at 12th and Chestnut. Now, I would tell you, Chestnut Street has gone downhill incredibly. I mean, I was just there recently, had a walk. It was hard to park where, so I just walked from the station and back. Really bad. You can just see how decrepit it is. So you can see that footage, youtube.com/1210, of what happened in this attack. Now, this is cut 25. Here's what President Trump said about it today at the prayer breakfast.
I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
Yeah, so it wasn't last night. I mean, President bit off on that. Said this happened much earlier in August. And the media just didn't want to go with it. If this isn't compelling, then I don't know what is. Compelling that it highlights, here we go again, a guy out 14 times. You're taking the Democrats' advice. You're using light rail, mass transit. No, it underlines what you could be getting into with mass transit in a big city. It underlines progressive politics, letting a guy like this menace out there. It underlines that the media doesn't want to cover it if the racial dynamic doesn't fit what they like. And it indicates something positive, that talk radio, conservative influencers, Fox News, and others are going to play these things. Wall Street Journal didn't even cover it. If you're in the media, if you're in news, and you don't see this as compelling, that you must cover it, have commentator, maybe have a guest on it, get to the bottom, get commentary from the mayor, then you're just in the cover-up business. You don't get why this enrages people. And this assassination at 12th and Chestnut is just another example of something that is hard to believe that there's not more outrage, Steve Keeley, of course, had it first over at Fox. He always will. All right, phone lines today are 855-839-1210. This is cut 7, Henry. Now, the Wall Street Journal is the one that got to the bottom of where we might see RFK Jr. go this week, because autism is the big enchilada, and why 1 out of 32, I think that stat is recognized by everybody. Kids have autism. You know, one major theory that I subscribe to, a lot of it could be, we have the spectrum. If there's doubt, we diagnose it as autism today. We didn't used to do that. That does explain, I think, a good bit of this. But there could be other things. And I'm glad he's probably starting with the Tylenol part of this. Then here's Vikram Gupta. Now, he's not saying Tylenol does this if a woman's pregnant. He said more needs to be done, but he's talking about there is an association here, and they did find, in this cut I'll play you, that if there were substantial amounts in what he calls, I think, the cord blood, okay, of the child, of the active ingredients of Tylenol, then yes, there was a higher incidence of autism. Now, if this bears out that at least this is plausible, I don't think this is wild-eyed. I'll tell you when I think it's wild-eyed. I'm not, this important stuff. Any number of these guys, I think, are crackpots. But I think this part of it is being handled substantially well. Here's what Dr. Gupta of CNN says.
Use it in the most prudent way, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I find it so confounding because, I mean, women who are pregnant have pain, and they take pain reliever quite often. 2024, pregnant women are told Tylenol is a way safer pain reliever than Advil or ibuprofen during pregnancy. And you say 45 to 60% of pregnant women have used Tylenol. I don't want to be flip about this, but I mean, they also drank water while they were taking the Tylenol. I mean, it's so omnipresent in terms of how many pregnant women take this. I mean, if Tylenol caused autism, there would be so many more autistic kids right now than there are.
All right,
so
hold it there, Henry. Let me go to 23 now. I think Gupta answers it better. He's on with a couple of other reporters here, and he answers what is an association with this that needs to be looked at versus cause and effect. Here's Gupta.
The potential link between Tylenol and autism apparently is not a new theory. What more can you tell us about this?
Right. Yeah, so first of all, we're talking about a potential association, not a cause and effect. I'm going to say that now, and then I'll explain that a little bit more later. But yeah, this is something that's been looked at for close to a decade now. All sorts of studies looking at possible exposures to Tylenol in pregnant women and the increased risk of autism. Some studies, early studies, showed really no association. Other studies showed a probable or possible association. Again, association, not cause and effect. Back in 2019, there was a study that came out of Johns Hopkins that said, hey, this is a hard study to do, so let's look at cord blood. Because women may not always remember if they took Tylenol or how much Tylenol they took or when they took it. So let's look at cord blood and measure how much Tylenol is actually in the cord blood as sort of a way of figuring out how much exposure these babies had. And they did find in that study, again about 6 years ago, that the highest levels of acetaminophen or Tylenol exposure were associated with an increased likelihood of developing autism. So that was a study that I think a lot of people paid attention to. And then just last month, August of this year, there was a large sort of aggregate of studies, 46 studies, looking at over 100,000 people, looking again for any associations here. And 27 of those 46 studies did find a potential association. But again, association versus cause and effect is really important here. I think one of the study authors said, look, we know, for example, in hot weather, people eat more ice cream. In hot weather, violent crime also goes up. That doesn't mean ice cream and violent crime have anything to do with each other. There's not a cause and effect there. So this is going to require sort of digging deeper into this and bigger studies, which may be what we hear later this month coming out of HHS. I will say there is this thing in medicine that we've referred to as sort of the paradox of ubiquity. And what that basically means is when something is really commonly used in society, it is hard to figure out if it's associated with something in particular.
All right, fair enough there, Henry. Thank you. So I think that's all reasonable. And this is a reasonable path to go down. I thought I'd ask today, too, and you can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. I'll give you some of the people that I trust on this stuff. Now, based on polling, people are trusting RFK Jr. overall on this stuff. I trust Dr. Marty Makary. You may remember Dr. Marty during COVID, the voice of reason on this. He wasn't an anti-vaxxer overall. He talked about myocarditis. He talked about everything in terms of underlying causes of people dying of COVID, poor health and obesity and things of that nature. It's hard to get Dr. Marty on. I'm going to try again on this. And then he's in a different position now where he's not just his own guy, but he's, has to follow a chain of command on this stuff also. But who is it that you think you rely on? Every public health group has a bit of tarnishment due to the fact that we're seeing more and more of post-COVID difficulties associated with stuff. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is push pound 1210. Henry, do you have anybody that's a go-to? You're a young, healthy guy. Is there anybody that's I gave you Dr. Marty McCary still, but there are other people we could bring on. What do you say?
What, as for...
credible.
Credible sources?
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a source?
I'd have to brainstorm on this one, to be honest with you.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's indicative. People used to say the American Medical that's long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw the CDC. We've seen so much post-COVID that it's hard to find somebody who wasn't dinged up by COVID. Dr. Marty, I think, is one. I just told you that the reason why. All right, let me give you the side question today, too. Today is National Star Trek Day. We've never asked this before, so we're looking, and there are a litany. Think a little bit outside the box. It's all in the tell when you call in. Hit us with that all-time sci-fi character, all right? So I'm going to take off the board Spock, Terminator, and Frankenstein. I'm just trying to take a few big ones so you don't go, well, that was the biggest one. It's not just the biggest. It's all in your sense of what exemplifies a great sci-fi character. Henry, what's yours?
Well, before I get to mine, when you say Frankenstein, who are you referring to? Are you referring to
the monster,
Dr. Frankenstein or the monster? Okay,
yeah, well, Frankenstein's the monster, yeah.
I know, Frankenstein's the doctor.
Well, he's also more aptly, I think, when in common parlance, we say Frankenstein, we mean the monster. What's the monster?
But it's wrong. I don't know why it's become a thing.
Yes, that may be more technically accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, anyway. So my sci-fi character today, it's got to be the Duke of Arrakis, the Quetzal Haderach, the Muad'Dib, the Usul, the Mahdi, the Padishah Emperor of the Atreides Empire, none other than... the main character of the Dune movies and the first.
I figured that's where you actually
Paul
wrote down in my notes.
Atreides.
Yeah.
I thought we switched languages on this
for a
second.
By the way,
SAP said
President Trump spoke today at the Museum of the Bible. I'm not sure if it was the prayer breakfast, what it was. Roe, I went with Roe there right before the election. It was only that weekend. If you're in Washington, it's pretty safe around there. Well, don't go too many side streets over. That is unbelievable what they have there. That's where he spoke today. And again, hitting all the right things that Democrats have no answer to. Calling crime evil, calling what we're seeing play out evil, talking about anti-Christian bias. I think he did say it's probably the biggest bias out there. You're going to debate that if you're the Democrat. Go ahead. Let's see you debate it. Okay, we'll get more coming up. 855-839-1210. Of course, Monday is Scott Presler Day. I told you that Newsmax is going forward with the documentary with Scott Presler. It'll air this Sunday, I think, at 9 o'clock. We'll get more details. And we're going to talk with the head of Boys Latin Charter School. How did this charter school have better attendance than they had last year? And better non-tardiness, not being late, than last year with the SEPTA nonsense going on. It's a fascinating school. It's just an example of why the public schools never are going to be able to match something like this. He'll be here at 1 o'clock. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I just mapped out the Kale and Company Red State road trip. We leave Pennsylvania, we swing on down to Tennessee, we scoop up Sean Farish.
Yep.
We go to the state of Arizona. We grab Matt DeSantis. We wrap back around to Florida. We say hello to Susie Cool as we pick up Tony Bruno. Then we'll go to D.C.
No.
We'll drop off Dawn. She can stay with Melania. I've got this all mapped out.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. Stop in and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, September 13th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. I'm not sure, but looking at Fox, Mark Houck may have been there today. If he is, we'll check on that and get him on at this Museum of the Bible. It says President Trump pardoned someone on something. It may have been another activist. I'm not sure. But this was quite another. What are Democrats going to say on this? What are they going to say when Scott Turner, who's been on the show, the head of Housing and Urban Development, says, imagine if you have 1 million people across the country praying very hard every day between now and 250th anniversary of the country for the country. Are they going to say, don't pray? I mean, what's their response to this stuff? Well, their response seems to be, it's not happening. We hate Trump. More people in New York probably booed yesterday, which may be the case at the tennis event. It was interesting to me to see all the celebrities have to walk through the front gate for some reason because of the security. Stiller, Springsteen, they didn't like it. Okay. And it just brings up, the same old thing, just a tennis tournament where there are more boos or more cheers. On Twitter, some of these influencers, they have to tell you there were more cheers. There was a lot of booing. There were people cheering at various points for Trump. It was obvious that there was a mixture, even in New York. Although you could argue the lion's share, you had these people booing. Now, Chicago gearing up, because that is the focus. Picture a place that cannot do anything right, particularly prevent or somehow or another still crime. They are pushing mobile roadblocks using their salt trucks along the 3 big roads into Chicago, at least 3 or 4 of them. So in other words, they're going to try to block ICE coming in by having roving bands of salt trucks see a convoy of ICE coming and meet them at that point and set up a wall, if you will, of salt trucks. If they were half as creative, had gone after crime, at enforcing the law, maybe Chicago wouldn't need all this stuff. But this just shows you where the creativity comes from. As Scott Jennings has just become a star saying, these are 80-20 issues constantly or more. They're on the wrong side of it. They're going to keep on being on the wrong side of it. And Mondami is going to win. I'm hoping he wins. You know the reason why. They're going to go louder and lefter when he wins. They're going to say that's the message. Virginia has closed. I wouldn't say it's tight yet, but the Republican is maybe 5 or 6 points behind now. But I think Jersey will be a huge story in the mayor's race. And if he wins, that's going to be their takeaway. Now, we told you about this before. We even had it in Reading, Writing, and Reason, but there's an update. So this billionaire female, whose father was a hedge fund person, Jim Simons was his name. Her name is Liz Simons. She is someone who recently donated $250,000 to a super PAC for Mondani. But more than that, she is the architect, along with a couple of other people, of DEI, of woke math. Now, here's an example. Real math would say, here's a problem. A rectangular garden is 12 feet wide and 5 feet long. What is the area and what is the perimeter of the garden? Standard approach, multiply 12 by 5 to calculate the area, and add 12 and 5 and multiply that sum by 2 to calculate the perimeter. The woke approach, what this woman, now that this is a window into the Mondami mind, this woman who's backing him says, here's the approach that you'll use if you want this money and use innovative math. Encourage students to dig deeper and ask questions like, who owns this land? Is it a community garden? Do all members have access to healthy, fresh food? Lady, that should be healthful. The food's not healthy. Students might still calculate the area and perimeter, but the math lesson becomes a way to discuss food sovereignty, environmental justice, and racial inequities. Now, this is in the New York City schools. It might be in the Philadelphia schools again, because these billionaires are bankrolling this, and their idea is that they are going to backdoor this with their own money, give all the materials and resources needed to teachers. And again, it's the woke math movement. It's DEI. It's equity. It's all those things put together. And it's a tell. New York Post is right. I concur. This is one of the biggest backers of Mondani. This is the type of thought process. Now, I don't think this is legal. I think this has been X'd out by executive orders. That doesn't mean they're not going to continue to do it until there's some kind of penalty associated with it. But people in New York have to realize this guy's a socialist. He's trying to be calm now, but you know what he'll do if he gets into office. I don't live in New York. I feel for them, but they brought it on themselves, vast numbers of them, by going down this path. If he wins, that's a big plus. for the midterms. Constantly, this will be brought up. By that point in time, by the midterms, we'll see some of the things that go on in New York. And they'll have to defend. They know this. Schumer and Jeffrey still haven't endorsed him, even though he's the primary winner, even though he's the hottest guy out there, even though they're under pressure from the left wing of their party. Now, they're far left, but they don't have a suicide mission here. Bernie Sanders out there. Over the weekend, we have that cut, I think, Henry, of Bernie, and his mission in life at this event is that he wants to stop Elon Musk from becoming a trillionaire. Do you happen to see that one, Henry? No?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Yeah, here's Bernie Sanders.
Ron just talked about children in New York City and in Vermont who are hungry, people who are homeless, and yet the wealthiest 1% have never had it so good. If you can believe it, today you have, and it's important that we feel the outrage of children going hungry, people being homeless, 85 million without health care. And you got one guy, Mr. Musk, whose own wealth is more than the bottom 52% of American households. And you may have seen in the papers, they want to give him a little bonus. Another $900 billion. We are living in crazy world. Millions of people struggling to put food on the table, and making one guy a trillionaire is insane. Not what this country is supposed to be about, and we are not going to allow that to happen.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how they go down that path. So that's the rallying cry. You imagine, though, the people supporting this guy putting into math again. No. We don't want to okay the area and the perimeter. We just want to know who's planting in that garden, who owns that garden, what kind of regulations are they following. It's happening. It may be happening. You can let me know if you see it in schools in our area. Might be happening in the Philadelphia public schools. They all agree on this type of stuff. It's one thing in literature and math to do it. It's another. Literature and reading, maybe, things that, okay. In math, though, they hate math for the simple reason there's an answer. No, there's not an answer. That's not what it's about. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time sci-fi character. So over the weekend, you may have been seeing it where I was, people talking about it. The dad and the ball, first of all, he had every right to go over there and get it. There's not a preserve for this Hector and Karen.
Another radio host disagrees with you there.
Who's that?
Let's say initials MM at another station is getting trashed online right now for essentially saying the guy shouldn't.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's not a host. Yeah.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh, he's not anymore?
Former host.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, former host. Yeah, it might be he's just taking that just to do it. Yeah, I mean, the rules are clear on this, and it is for a kid. But we'll play you the interview with the dad who gave the ball back. And it seemed to me people were going after the dad now. He was in a bit of a tough situation there. I'll say that. But he shouldn't have willed it. If he had to get security, call them. If you felt like the woman's going to start, and you don't want to touch her and all that, hands up like this, like you're taking a flop. I was waiting for the dad to flop over the seat.
I'll play devil's advocate, though.
Yeah.
The guy ran, over to the opposite section.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No.
I'm going to agree with Dom on this one.
A
ball comes your way in a stadium.
Yeah.
Your inner outfielder kicks in.
Yeah,
you're going to start roaming over naturally.
Yeah, but if we analyze it like Zapruder film, the guy didn't really start running till she was already dropping it. I feel like.
Wow, that's too bad.
Snatch mine.
You gotta catch it.
That's what happens. You gotta catch it.
You can't take it off her. But I want to play the dad and the son. Even though we got the bat and everything else, the son was pretty upset that they had to give up the ball, and the son's right. Why would the dad have to give up the ball? If you feel threatened because you're on camera and all, I mean, the crowd was on your side. She's giving a finger to all kinds of people. And again, if you can tell me who she looks, I think it's Elizabeth Warren. It's Elizabeth Warren without dyeing her hair and younger, but it's an Elizabeth Warren lip. What is it with that haircut? Do they roll these people
Kate
out?
Gosselin for me.
Kate Gosselin?
Yeah, remember John and Kate?
Oh, okay. All right.
man.
All right, so 855-839-1210. We'll play you the interview, nice by NBC 10, too, getting them, of the dad and the kid. And then people started, well, what was the dad think? Look, he was under pressure. 855-839-1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 and lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or get 4.7% financing for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind.
Temperatures will remain well below average for the first half of the work week. We'll see plenty of sunshine today, very pleasant. High up around 76. A cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 57 for the city, cooler out of the suburbs. And for Tuesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds and comfortable with a high again near 76.
Experience an unforgettable evening with Best Work Industries for the Blind at their Dining in the Dark event, October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Explore your senses while supporting a meaningful cause. Secure your spot today. Visit bestworkindustries.org to register.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm missing, is that from what, Henry?
Every time I play this movie soundtrack, you ask.
Yes.
It's because you've never seen it, I don't think. It's
Okay.
Back to the Future.
I've seen Back to the Future a lot.
You haven't
that
seen,
doesn't.
You haven't seen 2, is that right?
Yeah, I haven't seen 2.
That's what it is.
Oh, okay. I've seen it. I reject it after the first minute. I can't stand it. Yeah. I mean, it's 1 is a great picture. I put it on the same level as Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's not heavy duty stuff, but they're brilliant at what they do inside that. Yeah.
Totally. Okay.
Yeah, but the 2 and then the 3. Oh my God, it's worse than.
Well, 2's great. 3 is.
Yeah, I have to relook at 2. I just. I don't know why I turned against it.
Okay.
Yeah. Pam in Delaware. Hey, Pam, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. I want to talk about the autism and the Tylenol. I don't know if everybody remembers, but about the Tylenol murders. Someone putting poison into the Tylenol bottles.
Yes. Yeah.
And, okay, that was 1982, okay? Then the doctors and hospitals started giving Tylenol to everyone. That was funny to me at the time because it sounds like a lot of lobbying was going on between Tylenol and the doctors and the hospitals because the murders were just a couple years before that, and they want everybody to start taking Tylenol again. So they were successful and got it into doctors' recommendations, hospital recommendations in 1990. Now, autism.
Thank you. Go somewhere else. All right, I let it go. That's it. That's my response. And if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else too. That's how I'm going to treat nutbaggery and crack pottery on this show. Stop it already. Henry, you have something?
No.
No, I saw you towards it. Okay. I just wanted to play it out for a second there. You got to stop it, all right? We're in a crisis of credibility here, and I'm on board with what I played you of Gupta and what the Wall Street Journal wrote that I think RFK Jr. is going to talk about this week on the issue of Tylenol and overdoing it or being ubiquitous, even in pregnancy. Could that be something that has helped to fuel what we're seeing with autism? That's fair enough. I'm going to see the studies. We're going to see when he rolls that out. But the idea of vast conspiracies here, don't take Tylenol then. I don't know Tylenol's market share now versus aspirin, ibuprofen, whatever. I'd have to see that. Okay. But I wanted you to hear that in that there's going to be a lot of that. And conspiracy always sells. It always finds willing people to come up with some grand conspiracy. So I'm supposed to believe now that doctors were in on this. They inundated us with Tylenol. I would say that, the perception that anything doesn't have a side effect is faulty. So even something that appears to be all over the place, maybe we're taking a second look and confirming the idea that, just about anything can have a downside. So when Kennedy drops this, we're going to be ready with people that, like Dr. Marty McCary and others, already trying to get him on to talk about this. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question also. Now, here is the interview of the dad. And we have a little bit of sound from the woman, too. We may play that at some point. I think you've seen it enough by now. Here is the dad doing the interview. I believe it's NBC 10 with the foul ball here. I'm going to group these, Henry, myself in the future because it's a lot. You put together a lot here, so a little bit of heart. What's
I've got it
dad?
here.
Yeah, okay. Here's the dad, and I think they asked the son about how he felt having the ball taken away.
I wasn't very happy that we had to give it to her, but we can't win. She was gonna get it anyways. Sure.
Yeah. He wasn't gonna take it, but I decided to give her the ball. I apologize to you, but it was the right thing. We just wanted her to go away.
Yeah.
And it worked out. You got a bat.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Dad, do you have any regrets giving the ball back?
Yeah, like I said, it's, that was what we were there for. We were there to get a home run ball. So I thought I had accomplished this great thing, and putting in his glove meant a lot. And she was just so adamant and loud and yelling and persistent, and I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. There was hundreds of people, just staring. And like I said, she was very, very, very close. And I'm dad of the family, so I didn't want to do something I'd regret. And that was the choice I made, is to just hand the ball back and tell her, go away.
All right. So, again, poor choice. If you feel, but the crowd's on your side. Everything in the world is on your side. What's the fear? Well, the fear is you're going to get into it with this woman, and you're going to somehow or another be embroiled. I don't know what his business is or what he's thinking, but you have everything on your side. There's only one thing you can do if you want to be safe in that. You got to call for security, even if you have to walk away and go get them. Henry, would you agree with that as the solution?
Yes.
Yeah. That's their job. They have to do something. And Dan, is this woman calling back? Mother of God. No. What don't you understand? I'll be like the dad in this. Go somewhere else with your craziness. Okay. I think that was his recourse there after she kept it up. Plus, he's got the crowd on his side. It's obvious. She's echoing. She's giving the finger back to them. So anybody's not going to be sympathetic to it. You don't want to have to touch her. You don't want to. I get it. You want this all to go away. But your son's there. You've already given him the ball. Does he feel he shouldn't have gone over and gotten it? No, it just seems to be that this woman is so obnoxious, which she is, that he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing scarier than a woman, with the haircut like that, the Karen haircut, the Karen attitude, coming up to you and screaming in your face out of nowhere. I'd rather have been like a 6'8", like Great Khali,
Fair point.
The Undertaker type guy, come up and be like, that's my ball, something like that.
Fair
rather
point.
Than this yelling right in my mitt, like, oh my goodness.
So that's why, again,
it's the shock value of it all.
You're in a place, though, where there are people there meant to deal with this.
Yes.
That's what you do. I don't know why that didn't compute in his mind.
Because it happened so fast.
Oh,
like
it did.
Yeah.
That was she was
it's
doing
like, oh my gosh, I got a foul ball, and they're like, oh my, whoa, where did you come from, lady?
Yeah,
hey, calm down.
But I condone him not wanting to go toe to toe with this woman because, again, if somebody bangs into her or whatever, you don't want all that stuff.
It takes one.
But
false move,
you just can't give up the ball to this woman.
No,
it's that simple. I don't care what happens here.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you go back to security, they're going to try to work something out. I would say to them, give her another ball, have somebody sign it. Mm-hmm. That's what should have happened. The players would have signed a ball, give it to her. You don't think they would have?
No, not after that
Well, if I'm saying if the Marlins want to pacify everybody, but the kid gets to keep this ball. That's what I think is the main thing.
Yeah, I don't think she would have accepted that. Even.
Okay.
It's not the ball she was entitled to. It's just another ball.
Well, by that point, though, they got to tell her, you can't go and bother this guy anymore, otherwise you're out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I agree. Yeah.
It wasn't an unfriendly environment that he had, where he was under enormous pressure, I think.
Yeah.
I think the pressure is to take over DJ and Luke and take that ball out of their glove. Oh, my God. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Again, we're waiting to see, too, what happens with Jalen Carter. Listening to WIP a little bit earlier today, they think something could come down today. Probably a fine. Ray Dininger thinks not another game suspension. And I'm not somebody, Henry, that thinks, and I know this is a no-no, that Lamar Jackson should be suspended either. I mean, the guy touched him first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He touched DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins thought it was one of his teammates, and then he touched Lamar, and Lamar's like, wait, this guy's
if you push a guy, you're all right. Now, if you punch him out, then you can't do that.
No.
You can't jump into the stands either. Pretty tough loss, too. My God.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, brutal.
It's brutal as brutal gets.
All right. 855-839-1210. Everett in King of Prussia on Talk Radio 1210. Edward, welcome in. Hi.
Yeah, hey, how are you, Dom?
Good, Edward.
Hey, I want to talk about President Trump canceled the big ceremony at West Point for Tom Hanks, who, as you probably know, has done a ton of work for veteran groups. Don't you think that's a bit rich of President Bonespur, who...
You know what? If you want to come on here and just straight up tell me what you object to, rather than masquerading it with the Bone Spur president, et cetera. All right, I got to look at the Tom Cruise case there. And I think he has done things for veterans. I'm not sure what the objection is to answer that. And you had a good one. I'll put him down for Captain Kirk, okay? Alan in Hamilton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Alan, welcome in.
Yeah, I thought of from 1956, the Forbidden Planet, Robbie the Robot.
Why that one?
The robot was later used in other films. Okay. And it gave us the first imprint of a mechanical man. It was actually, yeah.
All right, thanks, Alan. Thanks for starting us off. Star Trek Day today. Hit us with that all-time sci-fi character. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hey, it's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. We've told you about Martin for years. The great service, it's the Kinetico system. It removes all impurities from your water, so what comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Best tasting water ever, provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water. I've told you about our guy, Dwayne, who's been at the house several times. It's immaculate what they do, first of all, and they're putting 46 years of experience to work for you. Attention to detail, just fantastic. It all comes to that big moment when they test your water. They love showing you the before and after. It's thrilling to see the difference. Get that free water test. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom Giordano sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Listen, never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Watching this on Fox News, big poll out. Only 6% of Gen Z women who voted for Harris say that marriage and kids are attributes of success. Now, if they wanted to say career, 51% did. Okay, but wouldn't you have to say those two things are attributes of success, even if they're farther down the line on your list? Only 6% even included them that voted for Kamala Harris of Gen Z women. I don't have the whole list. I'm doing this on the fly. Fulfilling career, top choice for successful life. Okay. I don't think that's, outrageous, but only 6% saw having marriage and kids as any kind of metric whatsoever of success. Wow. That's a little bit difficult. That's a disconnect, but I think it follows pretty clearly. And yet, Harris still wasn't able to pull enough of these women over the line to defeat Trump. By the way, I mentioned President Trump at Museum of the Bible today. And one of the geniuses of what they do is they make a promise, then they check the box when they fulfill it. They just released 100 things that President Trump, I guess they could have put 1,000 down. They had this ready to go. top 100 victories for people of faith. It's a long list, a lot of stuff. And, some of it are small things, but a lot of it, he has been in the forefront of fighting anti-Christian bias, anti-Semitism, up and down the line. For people of faith, you can document it. Put him up against Obama. Put him up against Biden. Where's the emphasis on Biden, the people of faith, even though he's, put down as this devoted Catholic? It's not there. It's not going to be there. Democrats can't match that. It's just another issue where it would seem to be a layup. Why can't they match it? Because their base doesn't believe in it. Their base doesn't want that. They don't want to say it because there can be enough backlash if you even start to put your mind to that. Could they come up with 100 things they've done for people of faith? Secure more abortions? Where are they going to go in this stuff? Scott Jennings has hit it better than anybody. These are 80-20, rapidly 90-10 positions. Trump and his administration should have an office of this, the 90-10 office. Sink into it, fire away on it, dare Democrats to push back. They can't. They won't. And you're saying, they stoop? No, they know that their base objects to a lot of this stuff. And that's what they're afraid of. And they may not agree with it either. But they can't even pretend. All right, we're going to talk with the head of Boys Latin, great charter school in Philadelphia. built upon the foundation of classic education, but also when SEPTA was causing pain, their attendance and their non-lateness records went up. How in the world did they do that? How did you, and they rely on SEPTA. How did they make that work? Straight ahead with Dom. Talk Radio 1210.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
It is downtime. Big issues, big guest. First, the Supreme Court has lifted the ban on ICE raids that were kind of free-ranging in Los Angeles. So another Supreme Court decision, and I think there'll be more in the next few days. All right, something that caught my attention, and it looks like we've turned a corner. We're not there yet on the budget in SEPTA. Now SEPTA says they're going to return service by September 14th. Ordered to do that. Our buddy George Paquetto, well, why can't they just restore it right away? Well, it's a whole process and all that stuff. But imagine if you're running a school, in this case, a charter school in Philadelphia, which is a public school, by the way. Boys Latin, storied Boys Latin, I would say, over the years since they've been in existence, is one that figured out what to do. They developed, according to the Inquirer, a battle plan going into the school year. And we have with us their CEO, William Hayes, to talk about how in the world, when that service was cut, with families and kids depending on SEPTA, did they up their attendance rate and I believe up their non-lateness rate? All right, let's go to Dr. William Hayes, the CEO of Boys Latin of Philadelphia. Dr. Hayes, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. How are you all today?
Well, very, very well. Look, I have a pretty long standing with David Hardy and what you guys do, which we'll get to in a moment, that to me is wonderful. But how in the world do you get better attendance and less lateness?
It's definitely the culmination of a comprehensive approach and just all-around investment from every member of the Boys Latin community, including our students and their families as well.
Okay, but I mean, what are the specifics?
Absolutely. So I think, so one, we really tried to be intentional about reviewing our data from last year, both at a high level in terms of, one, reviewing our calendar, so identifying when are the times of the year, days of the week where we saw where students were most likely to either be late or to be absent, and really trying to build buffers in terms of programming or additional information around those times. And so we started sharing that data with staff and students and families beginning of last year. Also just attributed to the fact that we've really given effort to ensuring that the summer break isn't actually a break from overall kind of goal setting and information sharing. And so we've been meeting with families of new and incoming students. And so all of our incoming freshmen attended a 2-week freshman academy where we shared information and expectations. We also had an opportunity for each of our families to meet one-on-one with some of our senior leadership to talk about our programming and what students could look forward to, as well as our family and student engagement director gave calls and phone call check-ins to families of students who had poor attendance last year. And so we were really spending the summer rallying the troops and making sure everyone was aware kind of what school is looking like and the expectations, and making it clear the importance and significance of school.
Now, the Inquirer says more than half of Boys Latin, roughly 500 high schoolers, rely on SEPTA to get to school. The rate is lower at the middle school, which educates around 300. You pay to run 3 yellow school bus routes for some students, but still, it's not like people don't rely on SEPTA to be able to do that. Were you surprised that the Inquirer picked up on this and celebrated? It is something in the face of this. You've seen the attendance rates at other schools. They're hard to believe. It's hard to believe you went up, though, but it shows something. What does it show about parental engagement also?
I think it shows that parents are partners in this work, and schools have to engage them as such. But I think it also speaks to we are all dealing with challenges beyond our locus of control. And so I think as best as we can build the relationship with our families to develop solutions, I think we find ourselves in a better position. And so even in anticipation of the SEPTA strike, we were sending out information. Our operations team was identifying potential routes and bus stops that would be impacted, preparing students to review their routes, identify what's the best time for them to wake up or which bus should they catch to ensure that they were on time for school. And so we really tried to be strategic in partnering with families and students to not only acknowledge the issue and need, but to offer supports that could accommodate on-time arrival and consistent attendance.
We're talking about Dr. William Hayes. So, Doctor, what is the mission statement, or what is the secret sauce of charter school Boys Latin?
Our mission is we prepare boys for success in college and beyond. And so our focus is ensuring that students have all of the habits mindsets and skills necessary to be successful in college and to have a thriving life upon graduating from college. And so that requires a much more robust approach than just the core academic model. And so all of our students are involved in programs and activities beyond the regular school day, which leads to an extended day in our Leadership Academy. They're also taking additional courses in Latin and really trying to build a resume, a high school and middle school experience that really teaches them skills to be a quality student in college.
Let's go back to the Latin. I went to then Bishop Newman, and we had Latin all 4 years. Audio Obamas, audio Abant. Oh my God! How in the world do you get kids to sign off to get through Latin, and why? What is the symbolic importance or the theory behind Latin?
It's different. It's unique. It's an opportunity that for generations has been exclusive to elite private schools, and so we see it as an opportunity to increase access to subject areas, content, languages that students might not have access to in their previous academic history. It's also something that's uniquely different, and so students who don't always find success in other core courses can find success in Latin, as well as deciphering and decoding some of the language and sentence structures that also apply to their core content areas. And so when you look at our English language, you do find a lot of the root words and core find their roots in Latin, even in terms of careers related to medicine and legal professions. And so we are really trying to make the connection, not only language as its own isolated subject, but how it's integrated throughout other industries and careers that students may be interested in as well. There's also just correlation between students who understand Latin, have a strong foundation that do better on assessments like the SAT, and also become stronger writers in that process as well.
Dr. Hayes, too, I see you with the bow tie on in this picture for the Inquirer. So the dress code at the school is what?
So all of our students, we have a dress code for our summer and spring months, which includes the polo and khaki pants, Oxford shoes, socks, belt. And then we have a winter uniform for our high school students that include a tie and blazer, and our middle school students a tie and cardigan sweater.
Where do we find more information about the school? Is there a waiting list for your charter school?
Yeah, depending upon the grade, our core entry grades are in grade 6 and 9. We will accept students in grade 7, 8, and 10, depending upon the waiting list. And so we do have some students who are on various grade level waiting lists, and we pull as seats open up. What was your second question?
I was asking about where do we go to find information about the school?
Absolutely. Our website is www.boyslatin.org. You can also check out our social media accounts, Boys Latin in Philadelphia, on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn.
Well, Dr. Hayes, thank you. Thanks very much for coming on. Keep us in your loop as you have more stories to tell. It's a great school, great history, and we're thrilled to see the continued success.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share the story.
Dr. William Hayes here on Talk Radio 1210. So in the middle of the SEPTA situation, they turn around. Now, it's a charter school. Again, doesn't this underline why choice works and why the other side is so dead set against it? It's easy to throw up your hands. I mean, I'm amazed that you can get kids on time and there with better numbers than before SEPTA, because half the students rely on it on a day-to-day basis. How's that possible? Well, you know, it's a choice that parents have made. They're engaged with it. More involved staff. This is a school that's legendary, primarily African Americans. Why? Why that versus what goes on in the average public school? That's why people ought to have the choice. One side doesn't agree with that. In fact, a lot of people don't agree with choice, surprisingly. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time sci-fi character. Today, National Star Trek Day. By the way, yesterday, and I made mention, it was the 24th anniversary of 9/11. The great folks over at Cooper River, Pennsauken, who put on the annual run, and it's stunning to see the turnout. I mean, yesterday, it's like a 9:30 or so, right around the time of 9/11 hit. People are out there running. It was pretty bad at a certain point around 9 o'clock. And yet the parking lots were filled up. It's stunning to see how many people in different ways. And we made mention next year will be the 25th anniversary. Hard to believe, 25th anniversary. I remember the 20th, Greg was good enough to let us go over to Doylestown. We were at a fire station. And we remembered 20 years in with special guests all day long, that kind of commitment. The 25th, though, is upon us and just next year. So they do it the Sunday before or around 9/11. And I've just been moved many times by the speakers, the sacrifice, and just the volunteers and the Travis Manion Foundation, of course, right in the center of this. Okay. Don't forget, too, Wednesday. This is a busy week for us. Wednesday, I'll be over at Chambers in downtown Doylestown with Fred Herron. And this is for PAL, boxing, and cops. What could go wrong here?
Who are you boxing?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be boxing anybody. I'll be pouring beers, which will be hard enough.
I actually have some inside info on this, Dom.
Oh, go ahead, yes.
I've heard that Larry Krasner is going to show up, and
okay.
A match between you two is indeed expected.
Oh, absolutely.
Have you not been training for the boxing match with Krasner?
Yeah, I mean, how's that going with Judge Dugan and Larry Krasner, that Larry was talking tough about that?
Oh, you're going to sub in Dugan. Okay.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm happy to
switch.
to do that with
tag team match?
I'm happy to do that with the insufferable one, but I think Judge Dugan has learned if he mentions his wife in upcoming debates or whatever, that's it. Drop the gloves right there. Oh, the Inquirer violence. Hey, what's the Inquirer have to say other than just a passing note about someone getting assassinated, kneeling there and shot in the back of the head at 12th and Chestnut at about 5:30 on a sunny Saturday?
Nothing.
It's another murder. Why do you make such a big deal? Oh, you don't see the significance of that. I also think, though, it points to how much Chestnut Street has gone downhill. It just has. I mean, look, you want to smoke weed, whatever, knock yourself out, but it doesn't have to be like a haze over those 7 or 8. But walk over there right now, you can get a high. It's ridiculous. How about you don't have something like that in a well-protected area, Center City, Philadelphia? You would think an assassination. All right, let me go to Jesse in Drexel Hill, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
My favorite character, science fiction character, is Riku Browning. Riku Browning was the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Okay.
He was an underwater stuntman, and he had the ability, they say, during the filming of the scenes in the first movie, to hold his breath for about 4 minutes. That's why they could shoot a lot of those scenes without any breathing apparatus that he had to wear. Subsequent sequels, they did give him a breathing apparatus. But in the beginning, all that stuff he did was done by himself. He was a specimen. He was 6'3", and he was. They said he was almost like a gill man himself, but he could shoot. He could do all that stuff underwater without breathing, and that's why they could shoot all those sequences that he did.
I'm waiting.
And he also became.
That's a great call, Jesse. But
yeah.
we had somebody the other day. Do you really believe 4 minutes underwater? Wow, that's.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they timed them. The camera, the people watching them said it was up to 4. It was at least over 2.5 these film sequences that you see in the movie, where they weren't cut. He would just do all these, and in subsequent movies, they gave him a breathing apparatus because in the sequels you could see little bubbles coming out of his head. But in the first movie, it was all done by himself. He was also an underwater coordinator for Thunderball, James Bond movies. That was his whole life. He was something.
Thank you, Jesse. That's the type of call we want. Good stuff. Thank you.
I love that.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not buying the 4 minutes thing.
You can do 5, right?
Who?
You.
Oh, right. I'm underwater 10 seconds. That's it. Get me out of here.
5 minutes and 40 yards, right?
Well, now the 40 yards is coming along here. But that football, I threw it the other day. I didn't measure it. Just saying, it looked pretty far to me. It was a nice spiral. All right. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Boys Latin is just an example of what can be done, what's going on out there, versus just the big city school. I just hope President Trump, they turn their attention to what's going on across America in schools, particularly in big cities. You can start with New York or Chicago if you want. The Chicago Teachers Union. We still have that one on there, Henry. I love playing that woman. Maybe.
All right, let me find it over the break.
Yeah. I want to play again the head of their union, what she says they're going to do and continue to do. We have Scott Presler coming up at 2. It's on. Newsmax will be airing the documentary on Presler. I think it's an hour. Okay. And we got somebody who differs with us on the foul ball. That's fine. I guess it's the rule. I think you can go in there and get the ball. And again, you get security if you have a woman like this. And we don't want to be sexist, but this woman is out of central casting. Is it the haircut? Is that the thing? Is it the wagging finger?
Yes. Everything about the glasses.
Everything about the glasses might be it too.
Why does one get a haircut like that anymore?
Who would? It's the Elizabeth. Hey, give me. You don't go in and say, "Give me the Elizabeth Warren look."
Should be handed a disclaimer that says your personality will drastically change if your hair.
I don't know with stylists if you say, "Give me a particular look right now." You know,
does the look create the person, or the person create the look?
I think the look helps to create it. You get that reaction when you see that haircut. It's hard to imagine there's going to be a smile or whatever.
But it's like a chicken or the egg. Does the person get the haircut because they're already a Karen, or does the haircut turn them into the Karen?
They're born that way.
I think they're that way, but I think the haircut makes rubs against people the wrong way. What would have happened if this had been a different guy and said, "You're not getting the ball, and that's it. Go sit down." Now, if he sat down then and she continued to heckle her, then he's not going to touch her. You know, I get the not wanting to touch her at all. Just call for security.
Would it have been different if she was a Marlins fan? Would it have been like, "No, get out of my face"?
Oh, yeah. With the Phillies
fans.
What are the odds on this happening with the Phillies, too?
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. This Friday morning, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, all to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Now is the perfect time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate, or choose an 18-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.9% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road, Warminster on Friday, October 10th. And at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, Saturday, November 8th.
Super funny.
The show's great. Hearing all the great voices like Carrie Callis.
And of course, Mal Reese. It was a riot.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
He cut me off on the way here.
That's Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School, Friday, October 10th. And the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 8th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Taking your calls, and then this Stan just gave it to me. Personal definition of success. Female who voted for Harris, having a job or career you find fulfilling. That was number one. Okay. Male who voted for Harris, having a job or career you find fulfilling. Female, Gen Z now, female who voted for Trump, achieving financial independence. Wow. That was a pretty good answer. But stunningly to me, male who voted for Trump, having children. That is really, there's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
Versus the others. Any theory here, Henry?
No. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked. I'm speechless. Like I do not align with this at all.
Yeah, these are for people 18 to 29. I'll give you more though, but just in the first top line, look, there's nothing wrong. People voted for Harris, male or female, or Trump, saying having a successful career. What's your definition of success? But males who voted for Trump said having children. I like the achieving financial independence for females. Mm-hmm. Does that mean even the Trumpian females, though, didn't say having children? It was number 6 on their list.
It's fascinating to me, too, because you'd expect when you hear the left talk about toxic masculinity in the right and men in the right, you would think that their prime opportunity or their number one desire would be to make money.
Right.
Go out with, maybe questionable women, drive fast cars.
Wait a minute.
No, but
she's a questionable woman.
They talk about
a QW here on the Borowski scale.
I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, of course, but I'm just mocking it. Sure, I know what you're saying.
You have Trump supporters here that are often called, toxic and such, right. And we're being proved here with this poll that family is the number one desire for men in Trump.
They didn't say family though. They said having children.
Well, that's family. I mean, what
okay, well, I'm telling you how to be spun here. These guys just want to say, "I did it." Right?
Look at me, yeah.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't think that at all.
Okay, all right.
You look at the rest of the list, there is no having a family. It's having children.
Right, that's true. Achieving financial independence is second.
So you often talk. We look at cultural trends in 2025. There's news articles that divorce is way down.
Right.
And I think that's largely a figment of the right, conservative politics. I think it's because there is a return of faith to a degree. I think young men look at traditional families as something that is positive. And that can include a working wife. I mean, my wife's working, but my number one goal in life, and I think I fit with this goal. I'm a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump, and my number one goal is having a family.
Well, but number 4 on their list is being married.
Yeah.
Well, it should be up higher, I think.
You think it should be above having children?
Yeah, I think it should be being married first, then having children.
I mean,
second.
That's what the left voters have here. The voters for Kamala Harris, they both have being married over having children.
Yeah, they do. And the males, Dan, are weak. Number 9 on their list, having no debt. Males who voted for Harris, they're at number 8. Females are number 6. And Trump female voters are number 7, even though they said financial independence is number 1. Boy, this is a mixed type of thing. I'd love to get you in.
Like, just based on these rankings, like,
Yes.
I'd have to side with the females that voted for Kamala Harris.
You do?
Honestly, their priorities on this list, I would prioritize over being married and having children, because some of these things I think you should accomplish before you get married and have kids.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with you on that.
It's a whole nother discussion.
Maybe that's more of a Gen Z mindset.
No, I think it's the current mindset. Like, my whole generation was 35. I'm having my first kid.
Yeah.
Well,
it's sad. It's despicable that we as a society have set it up that we can't afford to have children until it's almost too late.
Yeah. I would agree. I don't like this almost across the board, though. I would put this in second or third position, maybe second. Making your family or community proud. That's a high value to me. And let's
lost
see.
In today's society, I feel
it's number 8 for Harris voters, females. It's number 6 for males. For Trump voters, wow, it's not on here. What the hell is going on with these people?
For male?
It's 8, right.
8, yeah.
I don't see it for female Trump voters. No.
It's 11.
My God. You mean to say that shouldn't be in the top 3, making your family proud?
I feel like that would be more of a Trump thing, too. Yeah, totally.
I put that at number 2, and I'm sticking by it.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. Maybe I'm getting away by putting 1, married and kids, as 1, but I'm putting that, making your family proud.
So wait, power rank it. Married, having kids, and then that one.
Right.
How would you rank those 3?
Married first.
Married first.
Yeah.
And then you would do the community or the kids?
Kids second. I have to make making your family proud third.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah. Oh man, Henry is liking these Harris women. Any Harris women out
it's
there?
Not even I like the Harris women. It's just I agree.
That's what I mean.
Rankings.
Well, we got it in here.
And then I do find it funny how the last answer, number 13, is the same for all 4 groups.
And that is
no one cares about fame and influence.
Yeah, right.
Nobody.
Yeah, that's why we have gazillions of influencers out there.
Which it's kind of shocking, because I feel like a lot of the Gen Z generation strives to be some sort of influencer, but it's dead last on this list.
Well, people want to lie too. They want to put their best, but if they're putting their best foot forward, I think you got to say married. I don't think you have children first.
I guess it's just what they're more prideful with.
I don't think this is an order of operations.
Yeah,
I think it's a priority.
That's the thing. Like, I'm kind of want to set it up as an order of operations. That's why I kind of side with Commonwealth voters more, but it's not.
Okay,
it's just desires.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to Chris in Malvern. Hey, Chris. Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
About this baseball game kerfluffle.
Yes.
I think that basically reading and seeing how it's taken off, that in the end, the guy, especially if he had a job, probably is really happy that he gave the ball back versus to have kept it, because this way he looks benign, and any other way he could be painted as somehow being a bully. And, if he has a job, then the way companies are so damn sensitive these days.
Well, look, I get the sensitivity, but I see a lot on Twitter. I hear what you're saying. That's one reasonable, of course, saying he's weak in this. All he had to do is tell the kid we're keeping the ball, tell her, I got the ball fair and square, and call for security. Go and get security.
I know, but
yeah.
Just looking at it, at the way it's taking off and how they're really going after this woman, trying to find out where she works and everything else. I mean, the guy basically, he has to play. If you're a man these days, you have to play it safe.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, but is playing safe? Here's the line here, Chris, and I asked every male listening. Henry and I have already answered. I think Dan's with us. Does playing it safe mean then? And this is what you're saying. You got to give the ball back then. What I'm saying is, first thing to do is, if she will not relent, get out of there. Take your kids, get security. Security is probably being called by that point because hundreds of people are doing this. That's not safe enough. You're saying you just got to give the ball back. That's it.
I know, but have you seen the video where she leaves and goes down and confronts the guy a couple rows to the right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I think that all starts to count against her. There's more and more evidence of this.
She was a nutcase.
Yeah, but Chris, look, I understand what you're saying. He may have a responsible position. Who knows? he's not in the cheap, he is kind of in a cheap seat. So let's say he does, but that means you got to give up the ball. Is that the moral of the story, to be safe?
I know. It stinks. I mean, you have to be like a wimp nowadays.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chris. Henry and I differ on that, right, Henry?
Yeah.
You got the security. It's not like we're on the street corner where nobody will arbitrate.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to just walk away and she's going to follow you, whatever. You got a lot of people on your side here, obviously.
Yeah.
She's making a spectacle of herself.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and once the security notices, then, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
but, like,
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I personally, I wouldn't think in that moment, like, to look up security and be like, this lady, get her out of my face.
I'm loving this Gen Z poll, though. We already got Henry endorsing the Harris women here. And we have Dan, I know, because of recency bias here of the last couple of years, on giving them the pass, in my view, Dan, on the having children. Because being married was an option. So
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. They did say that number 4. You know, maybe they were just thinking, no, that's the most important thing, and they just answered in that manner. That's fine. I just don't like, and owning your own home, I'd like to see that up higher.
I think that's a pipe dream for a lot of people now, at least. I mean, that's
that's
how
why
it
it's down
feels.
low.
That's why it's so low.
Yeah, but wouldn't that encourage you to say you were a success because you owned your, or you're saying you don't have to own your own home to be considered a success?
Correct.
Okay. I would say you do, but, you know, that's.
Yeah, I'd put it a little higher on my list, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of my own list here, how I'd set this all up.
Okay. All right. Yeah, this is really good. And the having no debt, people are putting that pretty low because that's hard too.
Correct.
Man, but the male Harris voters, Henry, and the female Trump voters ought to get together. Both of those rank number 9, being married. They'd be perfect together.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to get married. That's who to go for.
Yin
Go
and
for
yang,
the female
yeah.
Trump voters.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, my God. All right. 855-839-1210. If you have kids around that age, it'd be interesting if you can find this all over the place. Be interested to hear what you think they'd say. I might ask DJ and Luke on this to see where they'd come down. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz. Dr. Bentz, you've heard me talk about him for years, 10 years now, my dentist, board-certified prosthodontist, and I'm thrilled to tell you the great news. Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist. Now you have 2 great prosthodontists there, joining the team right now in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even you've been putting off seeing a dentist, or you're a general dentist that could use some backup, you got a complicated case here and there, Bentz Dental Group, that is your number 1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, happy with the results, all the upgrades that I bought into and am doing with him, and how it helps me. So get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment today. Get that initial look-see, that initial evaluation. 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
It's okay not to be okay. Join us for I'm Listening, a powerful mental health special featuring real stories, honest conversations, and expert advice. Carson Daly hosts some of the biggest names in news, sports, and music to spread awareness about mental health and the message talk saves lives. Be here for I'm Listening this Wednesday at 7 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Disability Services.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to your calls, 855-839-1210. Today's Star Trek Day, all-time sci-fi character. It's all in the call. Here's Scott Jennings. Got to get him back on the show this week. Scott Jennings yesterday, it was on Sunday, CNN, talking about who is the leader of the Democrat Party. Well, his argument, Donald Trump is the leader of the Democrat Party.
Well, I mean, for the foreseeable future, the person who's running the Democratic Party now is going to be running it. That's Donald Trump. I mean, the only thing they know how to do is be against whatever he is for. And so there is no leader of the party except for Trump. The beating heart of the Democratic Party is if Trump is for it, we're against it, and you throw a little socialism on the side. That's basically how they
All right, thanks. I know. Let the record reflect that the two Democrats at the panel disagreed with what he had to say.
Well, yeah, that's well put. That's what's driving it, without a doubt. As I said, the Museum of the Bible today, if you're in D.C. and you have a chance, you're religious, you will love it. Roe went there. I think we went a few days before the election. And the Trump people put out 100 things he's done for people of faith across the board. How in the world do Democrats answer that or counter it? In issue after issue, they either go too far attacking or they're silent on it. And these are issues that are 75, 80, 85, 90% popular. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Thank you, Robert. I was listening yesterday when I was running some errands to your show on reading reason.
And reason, yes.
Right. And I was listening to your interview with Jack Citarelli, and it occurs to me, you know how I like to make my predictions, Dom, and I just wanted to say that I think that the Democrats and Mikey Sherrill gave Citarelli the election this weekend with their stance on what they're going to do with homeschoolers and things like that. They're pulling a Virginia all over again. And I know that the polling might not show that right away, Dom, but do not be surprised if Ciardarelli wins by at least 2 percentage points.
Well, I think that is an issue that they're bringing up. And I know the guy. You know what, Robert? I'm going to try to get the guy on. I'm friendly with him through a friend over the years, John Berzicelli. And he has really revealed himself not to be the guy I thought. This overreach, that's exactly the reason why parents don't want their kids in the public schools.
And exactly, and I think they're thinking that where they failed in Virginia, they'll be able to succeed in New Jersey. But I don't think that New Jersey is as red or as blue right now as they like to think it is. And I think there's like a shift in the tide, and it's issues like that do it every time. Youngkin wasn't going to win that election until McAuliffe ran his mouth like that.
That's right. And that's what opened it up. I still don't think in Virginia we're going to win, but you're right. Youngkin was going to lose by a few points. That was a revolution right there.
Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that it works out this way for New Jersey so that they can find their way back to normalcy. But my answer to the side question is I'm going to go with Data, the robot from the Star Trek series. And the reason for that is that it seems like a lot of times us humans are always trying to make ourselves have abilities of robots to make ourselves superhuman. But it seems like every time there's some kind of a robot or robot-like being, they're always looking for a way to feel more human. You know what I mean?
Well put. That is exactly Terminator.
It's like a consummate grass is always greener on the other side. But I really enjoyed the time, and I wish I had time for that poll that you came out with.
Go ahead, hit it. No, give us what's your from that, because we're fascinated by it, particularly Henry and Dan's response here. Yeah, so what's yours?
Well, my two when I was younger was to be able to support a family. It was about a family for me. That might have been personal on me because of my upbringing in the children's home and wanting to rebuild. But I think there's a lot of guys out there that even younger guys that miss that traditional. They don't want a kid so that they can sit home and take care of the kids. They want a family to take care of. They want a house to pay for. They want to teach their boy how to play baseball. You know what I mean? It's all that stuff that guys are thinking about, I think, not so much the materialistic stuff. And I really think that poll's a little. I think they're just trying to explain why they lost or something. I don't know. But I'm not really buying that poll right now. But we'll see. You guys have a great day, Tom.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, well, the owning a home part is such a difficult thing. You know, that makes it more difficult. Hey, I'm watching, by the way, the Karen when she went back to her seat with a thumbs up and the ball and all. Oh, my God. Yeah. Then she had to give the finger to all the hecklers here, et cetera. Henry, we got to get this guy on. He's on now on Fox News.
Yeah. No, he's definitely doing the TV tours now.
Yeah, so NBC 10 did get him on. And again, he's wearing an I Love Philly shirt.
Is he home? The kid's home from school today?
Oh, for a Fox appearance, they apparently are. Yes. But we'll see if there's any more to the story here that Fox coaxes out of this. Are we saying that you have to give up the ball given the environment we're in? Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble when people identify you. I think people are still saying it's a kid. You know, if it were a man and a woman arguing over the ball, okay. Even this hectoring Elizabeth Warren. By the way, she did touch him first, too. I just noticed that. First touch in there when she came over to turn his shoulder around. My God, is this woman, if you asked her who she voted for, is there any doubt? Is there any doubt whatsoever? My goodness. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us today. That video has been viewed 62 million times. Wait a minute. That can't be. Fox has misinformation.
Oh, no,
there.
I believe it. It was the talk of the weekend.
I know, but 62 million at this point?
Yeah. Oh, people were intrigued by this for sure.
Yeah, I don't think Musk put that one out, but all right. What was Jalen Carter viewed by? That's got to be approaching it, given first game, first minute, et cetera. It'd be interesting to see. 62 million. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment first, though. Living Heart Smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. That's their best deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online. res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue's LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use the code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You just have to assume there's always a camera or a microphone around you. Is it justified if she loses her job?
No, she shouldn't lose her job.
The memes on social media are just incredible. Just absolutely incredible. That lady, I don't know, maybe she lives another 15, 20 years, whatever it might be. She will now forever be known as the Philly Karen. And it was Philly on Philly crime as well. Is there any doubt that the DNC is recruiting that lady?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you love interior design, vintage finds, and helping people style their dream spaces? Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield is hiring. They're looking for upbeat, design-savvy sales associates to join their team, full-time or part-time. If you're passionate about furniture, antiques, and making a sale, this is your dream job. Join a fast-growing showroom with amazing inventory and even better energy. Apply today at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Just click on the Employment tab under Contact Us. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Let's make interiors inspiring together.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Scott Presler in the On Deck Circle, his Monday visit. Newsmax is doing that documentary, dropping this Sunday night, but we'll get some of the numbers, some of the other stuff that he's seeing out there. 855-839-1210, you get on board. This is cut 18, Henry. Senator Roger Marshall is one of the more laid back, but he was Republican. He was pretty good during the RFK hearing last week. So he's on the Sunday shows. And here's what the point he made that is incontrovertible about why we're in such a crisis over everything with public health, credibility, figuring out who's telling the truth. Here's what he said that took us back to COVID.
The pregnant lady, for example. But I hear your point here that you want this to be more bespoke, like more picking and choosing. But others would argue here that in doing that, you're going to drive down immunization rates overall if you create broader doubt in vaccines, and that it's a slippery slope here. Are you at all concerned that that is going to be the takeaway?
Look, Anthony Fauci did more to create vaccine hesitancy than Bobby Kennedy will do in his 4 years or 8 years, however long he is as secretary. That's where the problem is. So don't blame Bobby Kennedy for the problems created by Anthony Fauci. But I'm just telling you.
I'm asking you about what you said about the hepatitis B vaccine.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't talking about Bobby Kennedy or Secretary Kennedy. I was talking about you and what you said about the hepatitis B vaccine. And are you concerned that picking and choosing these things like this bespoke concept of giving more choice, that it also has the effect of undermining confidence in vaccines?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats want a one-size-fits-all prescription for everybody. And I'm telling you, not everybody reads the book. It does exactly like that. I have confidence in doctors, in nurses, and parents and grandparents to make these decisions. I don't think that we should have one government policy that dictates every one of these vaccines. I think local policy, local schools, if they want to have requirements, what Florida did was a bridge too far.
Okay.
But how about just a little common sense? Just a little common sense would go a long ways here.
Okay, because...
All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Since I met your son, and he's in this generation, what would he say is the the outward signs of success, do you think, Joe?
Well, Dom, he's multifaceted. And like I've said before, I'm not glistening over him as like a doting father because I have two other kids to compare him to. But he just gets it from all angles. From when he was 6 years old, he used to stick up for his little football player buddies who got hurt on the field. He used to go over to them, after the coach tended to him and said, "I'll get that guy for you." He exacted his own form of justice, and his justice. It's funny because I've been debating with him all morning, ironically, over Eagle fans, Mets fans, and and I don't want to get into it, but how Eagle fans turn quickly, either way, and he is as right could be, and I can't win the debate with him. So I guess his judgment of success is holistic. It's meeting the right person. It's hanging around with the right people. It's feeling good about yourself in your own conscience.
Okay. All right. Well, the answer is here. It seemed to be having children, marriage, etc. All right, Joe, what do you got? Yeah, go ahead.
Dom, first of all, this lady, she is the perfect, and I'm going to make a Robert of Ben Salem prediction here. She is a Kamala Harris voting liberal. Her sense of entitlement was absurd. It was ridiculous as to why she thought she deserved that ball. How about the person sitting to her left? Did they deserve it? Mm-hmm. And she deserves everything she gets. Everything. And I'm glad there's 62 million hits on her. She deserves it.
Yeah, stunning. Yeah.
I can only hope she lives in the tri-state area so she feels the full brunt of it,
Well, some woman misidentified in Hamilton is a Red Sox fan. It's not her. And Sean Farash made a good point. It's fine the name being out there, but then doxing and all that's out of bounds. That's what the other side does.
That's for the other side to do.
Exactly.
That's the dividing line. And Dom, getting back to your school system, I think you answered your own question. The only difference in the two to me is union involvement or lack of union involvement. Unions are for the teachers. Mm-hmm. These other schools are dedicated to the student.
It's a remarkable record, and for the record, they are a public school. They are a charter school, but boy, they came through big time. Joe, who's your sci-fi character?
My sci-fi, he would have been, I think, to me, the ultimate anti-hero last week. And I spanked myself for not thinking about it. But every Sunday, Sundays after church, we used to watch him, and the anticipation building up to meeting him in the movie, the exploration group going through Skull Island, and you hear the thumps. You don't see him quite a bit. It's told well into the show, and the anticipation building up to see what King Kong looked like.
Good stuff, Joe. All right, good call, of course. Scott Presler next. Dom's Money Melody for a great prize today. Get your name into the hat 4 days this week. I'll be off on Friday, so 1 out of 4 chance this week. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery. I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time. Big 2 o'clock hour. Dom's Money Melody, as always, around 2:13, 2:14 for a big prize. Scott Presler should be here momentarily. In addition to that, President Trump, ICE, has launched just in the last, well, give or take, pretty soon, a big blitz of ICE in Chicago. So maybe it's not the National Guard as much as it is ICE en masse in Chicago, called the Midway Blitz. Maybe those snow trucks did not work that they were using to block various highways there. So this hour, we'll update you on what happens now in Chicago as President Trump rolls in. And, of course, the crime issue, huge issue wherever you are. And the footage is starting to be out there a little bit more on Twitter and otherwise of the killing in Charlotte of this Ukrainian woman killed by a guy who had been released 14 times, was homeless on public transit. Even though there's a media blackout in various areas, this refugee murder sparks more crime talk. What's the response to that? There is none on the other side. All right. I'm so glad he's here. This guy is the star of stage, screen, and now Newsmax. Our own Scott Presler with the big Newsmax feature coming up this Sunday night, I believe. Scott, welcome back. Have you seen the outtakes of the documentary on you?
Thank you. Well, upcoming on Sunday the 14th, yes, the Newsmax is going to be coming out. We're actually having a postcard party that we are going to be getting together 10,000 postcards to the Amish community because New York is pushing vaccinations on children in Amish community schools. And right before our debut that night, we'll be doing the postcard party as well. So even while we're going to be celebrating, we're still working, Dom.
Where are you doing the postcard thing from? Where's the headquarters? In Amish country?
That's going to be in Reading, Pennsylvania. Okay. That's where we have a generous warehouse over there that we're going to be doing this party and putting everything together. And the list that we've been entrusted with is 10,000 Amish homes throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so we're going to be working tirelessly to write the names on there, stamp them up, and then we're going to be shipping them out in preparation for the October 20th deadline to register to vote this year, and then also the deadline to request an emergency backup ballot, aka a mail-in ballot, on October 28th. So we are going to be meeting our deadlines.
Well, Scott, congratulations on this, and we love how you take something like that, not for personal glory, but put it right into the postcard. And the postcard thing is one of your top 3 techniques because you have people in these states like Illinois where there's no hope at this point sending postcards to people in Amish country or X, Y, and Z and being useful and feeling engaged nationally.
Well, we only have a couple elections this year, right?
Yeah.
We have statewide elections in Virginia, Winsome Sears. Everyone should be talking about that. New Jersey, Governor Jack Ciattarelli, everyone should be talking about that. Pennsylvania, we have judicial, sheriff, we have district attorney, and also in New York, hopefully we are going to be able to stop Mamdani from becoming mayor as well. So really, every other state, the 46 of them, please deliver your time, talent, and agency in order to make sure that we have victories in those 4 states that do have big elections.
Scott, on this Newsmax presentation on you, what is it they were zoning in on, did you think? Is it the grassroots part of it? Is it how much of a force this is versus just, the institutional entities out there? This is grassroots like we've never seen before.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
Okay.
But this is pretty unprecedented. I would say that it's a reality television docuseries because, it's still definitely entertaining. So it's not like, you're watching just a series on how to register a voter. No, you're catching me for the last 5 months. See, I've kind of kept this underground. Nobody knows I got a deal I'm working on in New York that we've been working on this for 5 months, all while I'm leading an organization and I'm on the ground every single day delivering results. And so you're going to get to follow me as I sojourn throughout Pennsylvania to New Jersey, leading my team, going from fair to festival to gun shop. And you really get a behind-the-scenes look of what it takes to do this kind of grassroots work. You know, we're not just on social media. We're out in the field putting in the work every single day.
Absolutely. Scott, Pennsylvania, how are we looking this week?
Democrats had a net loss for this week statewide, and we saw gains in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fred Herron for sheriff. I need your vote. Jen Shorn for district attorney. I need your vote in Bucks County. Erie County, the Democrats continued to collapse in a bellwether, quintessential swing county of Erie. Again, if I were the Democrats, I would be shaking in my boots seeing that Erie continues to go to the right. And even in York, where the Democrats are, trying to go after Scott Perry, who we must reelect in 2026. York, Democrats lost, Republicans gained. That's a very good sign for Scott. He's probably happy looking at those numbers over there. However, 5,000 inactive Philadelphia Democrats became active. Now, I don't know how to take that. Is that Democrats are getting active again because they're going to vote in the district attorney Philadelphia County election this November? Right. Are those Democrats that are inactive who are of the Kamala Harris vein that they're going to support Krasner? Or are these reasonable, common sense Democrats that see the lawlessness, the crime, the fentanyl, the horse tranquilizer that is being injected into the veins of Philadelphia citizens day by day on the streets? Or are these people going to vote for Dugan because they actually want to see positive change in Philadelphia? So, I don't know, but I can tell you the Democrats, they're basically putting everything into Southeast Pennsylvania. Shocker. And that's why the work that we're doing is so gosh darn important. And, I just spent the last week registering voters at the Luzerne County Fair, and I'll tell you, we crushed it. And 150, we set a goal of 75. Well, we beat that goal. I said, okay, let's do 150. We beat that goal, and we ended up with 152. And we even walked by the Democrat table and overheard them saying somebody wanted to register to vote. And the Democrats said, oh, you can do that online. So while early vote action and Republicans are courting, helping, meeting voters where they are, the Democrats are just simply telling their voters, go do it online. We're not the same.
Any insight this week in Jersey? I know there are no numbers, it's monthly, but any thoughts on what's going on? We've had people calling in today, Scott, making a good point. Subtle issue that's increasing is this homeschooling stuff, trying to force homeschoolers to do some of the things they left the public schools for, suddenly has impetus, and I hope it makes its way into the governor's race. It's a big political loser.
Oh, certainly. Well, yeah, they want to push the DEI baloney and force homeschooling moms and dads that it's their choice if they don't want to go into the public DEI institution, that they can do it on their own. So it's like the government is still trying to co-parent with our governments and subvert the ability of them to choose. But I'll tell you, Jersey, we just had a Democrat mayor switch to Republican and endorse Jack Ciattarelli for governor. And I hear through the grapevine there might be some other Democrat mayors that are going to come out and switch their party and also endorse Jack. So anyone in Jack, I think really the issues are very simple. In that state, you take a look at your property taxes. Are you happy? Then you can't possibly vote for Mikey Sherrill.
Exactly.
If look at your electricity prices that are rising, and ultimately look at the lawlessness and the crime. Those are going to be the bread and butter issues. This is an issue of affordability in the Garden State, and if the economy is not working for you in that state, well, it's time to change your government, and that's Jack Ciattarelli for governor.
Absolutely. Scott, I'll be off next Monday, so with your good grace, if you can come on. Yeah, well.
What am I going to do?
I know. It's we're going to do a special. Yeah, and it's after.
Am I stuck with Dan and Henry?
No, they're not stuck. So Tuesday at 2 o'clock, because we want to slow down and really go through this documentary on you, Scott, and your operation. Is that okay? Your Tuesday's free?
Yes.
One time,
yes,
just
and
one
please.
time Tuesday, yeah.
So well, I'll tell you, if this is a pilot, ladies and gentlemen, so, I'm asking you to watch, and if we get really good numbers on Sunday, September 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, then this will turn into 10 one-hour episodes that are going to be going and going to be on Newsmax. And so we're going to have the opportunity to change culture through television. But we need really good ratings. We need lots of eyes. Even my haters, my people that don't like me, I want you to watch the show. I hope you don't like me so much that you watch, and then you're going to get to watch more of me.
Well put. Till then, for all things Presler, where do we go?
Please, earlyvoteaction.com. We need poll greeters. We need people to help out on Election Day. We need voter registrars and door knockers, earlyvoteaction.com. And, of course, you may find me on all social media platforms at Scott Presler, and look forward to having your eyeballs on Sunday, September 14th at 9 p.m., brought to you by Newsmax.
Absolutely. Must-see TV. Thank you, Scott, very much.
Thanks.
All right, yeah. Watch that on Newsmax. We'll break it down when back. Scott Presler. It is entertaining. The stuff that he does, we've seen it in person at Mulligan's, etc., is amazing. All right, phone lines today. Star Trek Day, the easy one today. All-time sci-fi characters. We've had 3 or 4 really good ones so far, but I don't know if we have a definitive winner yet. 855-839-1210. But right now, it is time for...
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today you'll win a pair of tickets to see Sal the Voice, Valentinelli, perform at the ZLOC, one of our favorite spots, Performing Arts Center on Bucks County Community College, this Saturday, September 13th. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So it occurred to me, kind of looking up some things for the Money Melody today, that a lot of sci-fi movies are very serious. So I tried to find one that doesn't take itself too seriously.
Okay.
So I'm going to play you a bit of the score from this particular 80s sci-fi movie.
Mm-hmm.
Some things about this movie. It is part of a franchise, a 3-movie franchise that has also spawned some shows and some video games as well. The plot of this movie, I'm not going to get too much into, but I'll tell you this much. It is about 2 friends looking to learn more about history. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to play you a score from this movie. I want to know the name of this 80s sci-fi movie that you're hearing here.
I love this.
Very 80s.
I dig it.
All right, man. Thought I knew a lot of sci-fi. Not sure on this.
Yeah, and that's where the kind of caveat is. It's not as serious as other sci-fi movies, especially of the 80s. Just it's about 2 friends looking to learn more about history. Name that movie.
Okay, yeah. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You get the belt today, and you're off to the ZLOC. A lot more coming up this hour, including Children's Hospital of Philadelphia taking the national lead, fighting back against Trump. What the heck is going on there? And the answer next, 855-839-1210.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. This Friday morning, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, all to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale & Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, Henry's got a playful sci-fi show today, since that's the side question. Doesn't take itself that seriously. Let's hear the theme music. All right, let's see if Greg in Wilmington can close it out here and get the belt. All right, Greg, what's the answer today?
Is that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
That's what I was going to go with. That's the only one I could think of, and it's sci-fi. I'll put you on hold, Greg. Nicely played. I know of it, but why is it sci-fi? That's the thing.
Because they go back in time
Okay, that's
to
true.
help
Yeah,
write,
yes.
Bill's history report, so they
Okay.
can learn all these more about all these characters, and they go back in time in a time or
Okay.
a phone booth. So,
All right. Now, Hot Tub Time Machine, I think, is a better film, maybe.
I'd be hard pressed to disagree with you.
Yeah,
there. I agree.
yeah.
I like Hot Tub Time Machine a
All
lot.
right. 855-839-1210. We got a winner in Greg, and Greg has gone off to the Zlock. We'll have it again tomorrow. Don't forget on the side question, only 4 chances this week to get in. A couple of things. Have we seen the Republicans weather the storm? That's more the big picture for listeners other than just with SEPTA. And that we now see Josh Shapiro and others, even the head Democrat in the state Senate, saying it's time to pivot and make some kind of deal here and get on with the budget with what's happened with SEPTA. SEPTA, of course, is still going to inflict pain, reduce schedule until September 14th, they say. But have we seen Republicans against unbelievable things, even death threats, hold the fort down and actually win one against Josh Shapiro and the boys and girls and say there is going to be, if you're going to have a deal, they're going to get this money, there's going to be accountability. I think it was Joe Pittman, who's been on the show several times now, saying, well, they still haven't shown good faith that we believe they're going to crack down on fare evasion. I never would believe SEPTA. So I think I'd be a no. No, I'm just going to hold out. Well, what mechanism are we going to have that we're going to believe that SEPTA is going to stop fare invaders? Really? Or anything they say they're going to do. They do what they want. They scream at people. We got to get money toward them. You're against mass transit, on. And I wanted to couple it with something else. Sad that there was a hit and run accident, and there was this in Philadelphia. It was out in the park. This guy who was apparently big in the bicycle community, he was killed on his bike in a hit and run. So, of course, hit and run, we got to get this guy and all the rest. But when I see the turnout of these bicycle people in Philadelphia, we're in downtown. We have to deal with it. Any day, I'm on alert. When Dan and I park in the lot that we have out here, it's on the street. You step out of your car, you can't take a step. You're in the bike lane. Or if you're coming across the street. And you have bikes that are flying down, I'd guesstimate they could be 30 miles an hour coming downhill. And it's all over Center City. It's spread out to the neighborhoods. It's obnoxious, this whole biking community stuff. I get it. You want to be healthier. You want to ride a bike. You think it's better for the environment. Knock yourself out. But the constant erosion of driving in Center City or anywhere near Center City is apparent. And they're more and more demanding, and they have politicians who think this is the safe play, that people are on their side. I don't think so. Okay, 855-839-1210, you get a line. So on SEPTA, did Republicans actually win on this ultimately? Common sense. Yeah, they're going to get more money, dedicated funding stream, not sure what it's going to be. I think the Uber idea is fine, that they would put more tax on that, and that is your dedicated funding, and away we go. But they have to be monitored. They have to be stopped from their nonsense that they continue to push without any fail. I don't think this plays out in the governor's race, but I do think for once, those Republicans in the Senate held the fort down, and despite the media, despite the pressure, they have not caved in. Now, we'll see what the final settlement is, and there's still the budget that has to be put into play. But just think of the pressure. Joe Pittman, every time he's on, or on his website, his Twitter, he releases an interview with me. The just threats, the craziness that are out there is stunning. So it's a long battle. One other good sign. President Trump has demanded that all foreign firms that are going to be working here hire and train Americans after this Hyundai ICE raid in which there were 475 plus people here illegally. And ICE did the right thing, he said. Exactly right. They were here illegally, despite whatever deal they think they have with the Trump administration. And I'm glad to see on that side of it, because remember, We had this battle with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy around Christmas time with all these visa programs and all these people coming in. And I think Trump has ruled definitively on this. If you're going to engage in this, then you have to go down the line and make sure these are American workers. We'll see if they hold to that. Okay, let's go to Joe of Exton. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
My sci-fi character is Hal from the film 2001, Space Odyssey. Hal is a computer robot who takes on his own independent identity by refusing to obey the commander of the spaceship and by beginning to decimate crew members of the spaceship.
Thank you, Joe. And that's a good one because this is very much where we are now with AI, that we have this feeling, I do, that, yeah, I know all the benefits of AI, including maybe helping people that post something online somewhere, some shape, before they act to shoot up schools or other places. That could be done. But the fear of where we're going with this stuff is palpable, and it is correct. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. Cut 24, Henry. I can't resist playing this rearguard action by McDonald's, who are against the big, beautiful bill and the tax on tips. This is a political winner up and down the line. They are asking for it by continuing to tell us, what about us? Here is another one of the chief people at McDonald's. McDonald's president, Joe Erlinger, telling us why they don't support the tax on tips.
Hang on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
This clip is not loading properly.
Okay, that's all right. Let's. I'll go to Drew, then I'll come back to you. Drew in Upper Darby. Hey, Drew. Good afternoon.
Hey, Don. Thanks a lot for taking my call, man. I appreciate it. Hey, you know what frustrates me with what's going on? You know, like with the Hyundai plant and like with owners of landscaping companies and the roofers, like. The owners of these companies, you know, they knowingly hire these folks because they pay them less because they're under the table.
Well, Drew, you know what? That is the secret sauce. That's the thing I'd call upon the Trump administration. These guys get put into jail. They get charged, something like that. You're going to see a lot less of it. Yeah.
And like I had a debate with a friend of mine. I'm like, you know what? He's there. Well, they're just trying to make a living. And I get that. But someday, like, here's the thing that gets me. They're not paying their taxes. That's number one, because someone's going to need an emergency room one night, you know, someone's grandchild, and they can't get a room because there's no space. But because it might be taken up by an illegal, you know, I feel bad saying that, but you can't turn them away. That's why these hospitals are closing down. No one has insurance.
Well,
you know?
we can tell that to the 900 students and their parents, and I don't know why these parents are not making more. Don't they have a voice? I put them on here. Lincoln High School, 900 freshman class in trailers. You mean to say you're not out there picketing when your kid has to go to school in a trailer because of people here illegally?
Dom, you're right. That is so unfair. You know, it's especially when you get, you know, when you get your tax bill for your school taxes.
Right.
So I agree with you 100%. Hey, Don, my answer is this movie was made in the late 1950s, and it was redone in the 80s. But in the 50s, it was Vincent Price. The movie was called The Fly. And they were ahead of their time when they made this movie, because down the road, they didn't know that all this fusion between animals and food was going to be done. So the movie The Fly, you know, it's a crazy flick because man gets fused into being a fly. So
Gotcha. I know the film. Good film. Good choice. All right, more of your calls coming up. 855-839-1210. We got more on the auto pen over the weekend and a little bit more teased out today. I know it seems like forever. When does this stop? It grinds very, very slowly. But even emails that have come forward showing that some of the Biden underlings, maybe not the top 2 or 3, didn't want to sign off on this. Wanted to know, did Biden sign off on this? There's more and more of a trail building. 855-839-1210.
It's okay not to be okay. Join us for I'm Listening, a powerful mental health special featuring real stories, honest conversations, and expert advice. Carson Daly hosts some of the biggest names in news, sports, and music to spread awareness about mental health and the message, talk saves lives. Be here for I'm Listening this Wednesday at 7 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Disability Services.
Hey, let me tell you about my friend, board-certified prosthodontist, dentist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to give you great news. In addition to all the things we've told you over about 8 to 10 years about Dr. Bentz, he's expanding his services and availability. That's because there's a new prosthodontist there. So we have 2 prosthodontists, and you know the difference between the ordinary dentist and prosthodontist. Right now, you're going to get that type of service. So if you're a patient, maybe you have a complex dental issue. Maybe you haven't seen a dentist in a while. Or you're a general dentist that can use some backup. Dr. Bentz does this all the time on complicated cases. Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Now, you know my story with Dr. Bentz. For 10 years, he's been my dentist, and I've seen the improvement, the water pick, the electric toothbrush, other things, even the type of toothpaste. It's all there. Great oral health. So get on the road to great dental health and that smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment with Dr. Bentz now. Get that initial evaluation. See what it's all about. 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Here's
a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. By the way, President Trump, again, Museum of the Bible today. If you're going to Washington, it's a must-see. Talking about new guidance, I haven't seen it fully yet, but Democrats already on the attack coming down from the Department of Education on the right to pray in schools. It's not going to be about teacher-led prayer or something of that nature, but big emphasis for the 250th anniversary of the country around prayer. Watch for this. And as I said, Democrats already saying that this to them seems to be out of bounds. How many issues can you be on the wrong side of when you look at public opinion, vast public opinion? How many of them can you take? Here's McDonald's showing their cards too. How can you be against the tax on tips? It's got to be blatantly because you don't want to pay your people. You have a funny thing going on here. So in what universe do you want to begrudge other people with this blessing that they're not going to pay a tax essentially on tips? Here's the Presidente of McDonald's.
The new Trump tax bill eliminated taxes on tips up to a certain threshold. This doesn't affect McDonald's employees in the sense that they don't work for tips. You support the move. How do you feel about it generally? How does this affect the company?
Yeah, we support no tax on tips. I mean, that's a policy that we've been really clear about. I know there was some fake news out there over the last 72, 96 hours, but we support the policy of no tax on tips. Anything that I think helps our restaurant teams and is good for our restaurant teams, I think is generally good policy.
All right. Now, Henry, that's not the same guy, or is it? We played the other day, the guy, and I don't think that was fake news. It was a legitimate news source. CNBC saying he was against the tax on tips.
I believe that was a different guy.
Yes.
A different McDonald's employee with glasses.
Right.
As well,
yeah. So is the bottom line when they went on there, CNBC, and said, no, this is unfair to us. We went through all the reasons we don't tip. They ought to pay their people more. Could it be McDonald's got their mind right here is what I'm suggesting. And this guy now is in on the cleanup saying, yeah, we do support the tax on tips.
Yeah, totally, because that's why they set him up with, like, Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show. And I mean, no offense to her. I'm sure she's great at her job, but, like, it's not exactly hard-hitting, pushback interview.
Right.
It's McDonald's fluff piece. Like, oh, no, we're cool. We're cool. No tax on tips.
Okay, and I think these policies, they stick their neck out, and McDonald's doesn't like it. They have a different system with their workers. We get it. But it came across as begrudging people. If you attack the no tax on tips or the overtime or any of these things, and most of the big, beautiful bill, you're going to be in trouble. Most of these things are very popular. The only one with their willing henchmen in the media that they've made hay with, and Republicans shouldn't be worried because if you explain it properly, you're going to win on this, is the Medicaid stuff. The media would have you believe that people that are deserving of Medicaid are going to be kicked off, a lot of them Trump people. You know by now what the rule is. For able-bodied people, a lot of them men in their 20s or 30s, you volunteer 20 hours a week, check the box, even if you're not really doing anything, or you work 20 hours a week, you're going to get Medicaid. All right? That's what it comes down to. Instead, Republicans get nervous. It's going to be viewed, you're kicking worthy people, poor people, women and kids off of Medicaid. Out of the whole big, beautiful bill, that is the one thing where there's a battle. Tax on tips away, tax on overtime, school choice in there. They're all widely popular. So they can't get weak-kneed on this. They just have to continue to make the case. I think we're looking at, if it turns out the way it is now, a miracle here that Republicans have stood their ground on SEPTA. And based upon what's happened over the weekend, leading Democrats, the governor, the Bradford big mouth guy from Montgomery County, and even Jay Costa, who's their lead guy in the Senate, saying we're going to have to pivot on this and do something else. In other words, the pain is not working. George Paquetto stopped them on that. They actually did say, well, we don't accept can you imagine, for the next home game, and I believe that's like September 24th. That date is fixed in my mind for the Eagles. They're going to need a corporate sponsor again. What do you mean you're going to need? You're sitting on top of hundreds of millions of dollars. You can provide those trains. All you have to do is release the money. You don't even have to have the governor, whatever. They're all on board. Release the money. Give people those trains. They want to play this game. They need a corporate sponsor again to do it. Do I think it'll last to September 24th? Yeah, I think it could. Because in the House, you have these diehard Democrats who are determined they're not going to lose. Republicans are inching forward on this, and they're winning. How did they do that? They did that because they flooded the zone with people willing to talk about Pittman, the Senate pro tempore, Kim Ward, Martina White, Frank Ferry here in the suburbs, Pennycook, all have been out there. George Paquetto. Well, yeah, let's ask that question as we move forward. I don't want to count the chickens before they fully come home to the roost, Reverend. But it appears to be Democrats are on the defensive. It's probably Paquetto and what he was able to do. He took away the pain, and he played it well. It was affecting poor and marginalized people. And he got a judge to say, no, you're not going to be able to do this. And that took away some of the media battle. And he's ready to do it again. He won sanctions against him, I believe. So Republicans stood their ground. George Paquetto is a secret weapon, and they're winning on this. It's common sense, but they're winning. All right, Bill in Palmyra is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, afternoon.
Afternoon, Don, Dan. Good show as usual.
Thank you, Bill.
My answer for the side question goes back to, I think, the early 50s. It was the original, the day the Earth stood still with Michael Rennie. There was a flying saucer landed in a baseball field in Washington, D.C., and come out of it came this big, tall robot, Klaatu, K-L-A-T-U. And the only thing that was moving beside his arms and legs, a little opening would come in his head or face, and he'd shoot out this white light beam that would melt a tank. It was really frightening, and the first, I think, a real good-looking robot as a science fiction figure.
All right, Bill, thank you. Yeah, I think there have been several iterations of the day the Earth stood still, some things like it. Nobody said the Blob. Phoenixville, come on. All right,
the Blob Fest and everything.
Yeah, the Blob Fest. And the Bloviator Fest. That's what we should have called it, off the Blob. Not the Blob, the Bloviator. Man, we were bloviating that night, 4 of us, and Dan tagged in as a roving bloviator, Henry, going through the audience, egging people on to say sauce to go after me. It was pretty incredible. All right, 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round next. And I just have one more thought I got to get to coming up on this. We got to do more with this poll out of Generation Z of 18 to 29-year-olds. And they asked people, what is a mark of success in life? And then they broke them down. If you were a female of that age and you voted for Harris, or a female, you voted for Trump, and if you were a male for Harris and a male for Trump. It's incredible, the variety of these answers, how different they are. of what would be seen as a sign of success. Pretty much 3 out of 4 say something about a career, something like that, except males who voted for Trump. They say having children. There's a lot of stuff. And Henry, you're more in sync with the females voting for Harris.
Correct.
I'm more in sync with, I believe, the females voting for Trump.
Oh,
somewhat. Yeah, I'm not in sync with the males voting for Trump.
Yeah, I'm not like
it's not like
here.
they're hard to get. These guys voting for Trump put marriage down at 4. I don't see that. That is a sign of success.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hear Dan, they're differentiating. They're focused on the family thing as number 1. But 4? And will gas prices hit $2 or under soon? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You just have to assume there's always a camera or a microphone around you. Is it justified if she loses her job?
No, she shouldn't lose her job.
The memes on social media are just incredible. Just absolutely incredible. That lady, I don't know, maybe she lives another 15, 20 years, whatever it might be. She will now forever be known as the Philly Karen. And it was Philly on Philly crime as well. Is there any doubt that the DNC is recruiting that lady?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers,
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Crash-proof retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, coming to you for the lightning round. Just out of everything we've hit today, this you can find it on Fox. It's a survey of 18 to 29-year-olds. Did you vote for Trump, male and female? And the difference in what they say is a sign of success, the females who voted for Harris did not say, they said number 11 being married and number 12, all the way down the ranking, were signs of success. All of them said fame and influence were not, all four. We just think there's lying in this survey, too. But the answers across the board: female voting for Harris having a job or career, male voting for Harris having a job or career you find fulfilling, female voting for Trump achieving financial independence, and male voting for Trump having children. And then it really gets mixed up as they go throughout there. So, Henry, you have had hours since we've hit this. Any other final thoughts on it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like having emotional stability being number 3 on the Harris, that should be higher for all of them.
Yeah, but except it's why wouldn't you have emotional stability, I guess.
A lot of people don't.
Well, yes, yeah, number 3 there. Yeah, that doesn't rank
have
bad.
Before you get married and have kids. That's just my opinion, though.
The females voting for Trump, though, owning your own home, I think that's a definitive but hard to get now.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we'll have more on that tomorrow. Jerry in Wilmington on the Lightning Round on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Jerry, what do you have this afternoon?
Yeah, Don, this show's kind of topical to me today. My ex-wife, we nicknamed her, she's been known as Darth for the last 10 years, and she moved to Florida, and she kind of looks like Philly's Karen down there. And, so I wonder if that, I have to check, call it, we'll find out. But
we'll get her on as a guest. We'll find out about that. So what's your what's your answer today, Jared?
Well, she's been known as Darth for the last 10 years. Darth Vader.
Oh, okay. I get it now. All right. Xenos in Upper Darby. Xenos, who's the character?
The character will have to be the Predator. If you know what they were, they were a bunch of hunters that used to come here, and whoever pointed guns at them gave them the right to kill them. They were known hunters, like we are deer hunters, but they came from outer space.
All right. Whoa. All right. Interesting answers here. All right, Henry, who did you see as some of the finalists today?
The two that stuck out to me the most were Jesse and Drexel Hill's answer of Rico Browning, the monster of the
That was
Black
a great
Lagoon.
call.
The great call, being able to hold your breath 4 minutes.
Yes.
They don't teach you that in acting school. I don't think so. And then the other one you just heard a moment ago, Jerry in Wilmington with his ex-wife, Darth.
All right, Dan, did you have anybody? You took the calls here.
I think the example of exactly what you expect from callers was the call from Jesse with Rico Browning. I learned something new. It was interesting. Right. It was fun. Great trivia. I think Jesse deserves the win.
Yeah, I agree. That was a good call all the way through. That's some of the marks we're looking for when we say outside the box. Some insight you have, something a little bit different, something you learn on, and fun. You can make it that way. So we'll put his name into the hat. And again, side question again tomorrow. And then Wednesday and Thursday. We'll have a winner on Thursday this week. One thing, the other day we talked about this, and nobody said, yeah, they're onto something here. New York Post over the weekend saying whoever floated the trans gun ban doesn't belong anywhere near the Justice Department. Remember that? DOJ. I didn't think Trump was going to go for it ultimately. He's given no signal. But President Trump has tweeted out stuff, not tweeted, put on Truth Social, some stuff that's really, really riling up at this point. We'll see tomorrow what else he says about it. It's about vaccines. So we talked today about Tylenol and what I think Kennedy, as a first step, is going to be dropping around that. And there is some evidence of concern, depending upon the level of usage of Tylenol across the board. But again, as we go through this, it may not be this week, it might be more next week that they'll drop all this stuff around autism. Got to think about the sensitivity of how people are going to take this, given the epidemic of autism, the idea of just staking out stuff on a theory, be it vaccines or anything else, has a lot of repercussions. So we'll see how they handle it. We'll see. I think the first wave is going to be on Tylenol, or even we played you Dr. Gupta today from CNN talking about some caution around Tylenol, not a causal effect, but some degree of making sure you're taking a look at all the alternatives. We also played you, though, who is it that gave more worriment about public health during COVID? Fauci and vaccines. All right, so follow on Twitter until tomorrow. And again, we're gearing up to bring you some medical experts that I think are balanced on this stuff. How do they see what's coming down the pike? 1 out of 32 is a staggering number. Is a lot of it, though, we're better at noticing autism, characterizing autism. Or is Tylenol one of the potential difficulties here? Riccioli will sort things out for 4 big hours next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Congratulations to all winners. Let's do it tomorrow. 3 big hours, noon until 3, with Dom, Dan, and Henry on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid.